đây á, đây cho kem phối của máy á này. Đây nó sao mới niệm đằng ngồi nè, tay cụ trong phi nắng á. Sao thầm này, chạy vô cái tập ra tới. Phải phê
300 đúng.
Ai con tao lơ cái trên bị lấy tới nè.
Lơ trên ở Đà Lan nó hết từ cao.
Ở đây lơ cái chân lơ miền tây từ lơ là.
Sao thế này hả?
Mình đang ở môi ná đây giờ tập ra phi nắng tới cho cái này.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being logged in time. Today, as you know, is our last council meeting. We also have a very a rich agenda that we will cover today. I believe we have quorum, chair. So without any further ado and in interest of the agenda, I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Noemi, and I want to welcome every single council member to today's last day. We're still in the agendas items related to the LDCF, SCCF board meeting, the 37th. We got just one pending item, which is agenda item 05, which is a planning note for the development of the GEF programming strategy on adaptation to climate change for the least developed countries fund and the special climate change fund and operational improvements from July 2026 to June 2030. I would like to invite my dear colleague Sewand Dorji to present document GEF/LDC SCCF 37/04 planning note for the development of the GEF programming strategy on adaptation to climate change for the least developed countries fund and special climate change fund and operational improvement July 2026 to June 2030. Dorji, the floor is yours. Welcome and good morning.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very good morning to all from Washington, D.C. This is my absolute privilege to present the planning note for development of programming strategy on climate change to adaptation, as Chair mentioned, for the next GEF9 period, starting from July 2026, going until June 2030. The note proposes modalities, which includes creating a space for various stakeholders to discuss and make progress in the development on all aspects of the strategy. Next, please. Apology, I'll just keep talking given the time that we are up against usually at the council. This strategy is going to be both informed and guided by that one. Guided by few important elements, one of which is obviously going to be UNFCCC COP guidance. The final document is also expected to be informed by the inputs from various stakeholders, such as contributors, recipients, GEF agencies, and obviously the document that we will put forward will have a good basis of the scientific inputs. And we have heard yesterday in our work program presentation that there is a strong demand on us to work on complementing our support with the other funds such as GCF, and obviously finding an opportunities to synergize ourselves with the GEF Trust Fund. Next, please. Secondly, on the schedule of how we are laying out ourselves, we are outlining work plan for next 18 months. And within these 18 months, we have 3 council meetings, excluding one today. We have 2 next year, and then we are looking at the 40th council meeting in June 2026, where we wish to submit the document for your kind considerations. Next, please. Much of the work for the strategy development will actually happen in between those council meetings. And for this, we are proposing several meetings, starting with our first informal consultations next year in February, then followed by 3 meetings. Also, we wanted to underline that where feasible, we'll hold these meetings back-to-back with other meetings that GEF Trust Fund is holding. For example, the first and the third meeting, as you can see up on the schedule, the dates are not confirmed yet because we will have to see how the GEF Trust Fund replenishment meetings are going to be organized, and then we will try to find a way to work with that. Also, we are looking at the second meeting to see if we can organize the second meeting at the COP30. Next, please. Each of these meetings we expect to be organized with the clear objectives, structures, and the area of discussion. As we are putting up this document for Council's consideration today, we could initiate the process, and that will allow us to intensify our preparation for our first informal consultations that I spoke a while ago that we are looking at in February 2025. Next, please. The first informal consultations that will take place in the form of technical advisory group is going to be a discussion among the technical experts. And we hope to generate inputs from our experts in the area of climate adaptations for LDCF and SCCF. Next, please. And of course, we will update the council in June next year. Next, please. And then we propose to organize a series of meetings, which I've mentioned before, the first of which is going to take place over spring to summer, and that will initiate the formulation and drafting of the documents. Next, please. And we wish to make advance on this document based on the stakeholder feedbacks and at the subsequent meetings. And then we aim to finalize the document by spring 2026. Next, please. And obviously, we will keep the council updated as we go along. And we look at the 40th council for to present the final strategy document for your kind consideration. Next, please. And finally, who will take part in this development process is that we are expecting an active participation, obviously, from the contributors. We are going to have recipients, especially LDCs and SIDS, GEF agencies, and of course, other stakeholders such as GCF, Adaptation Fund, and UNFCCC, private sector CSOs, and of course, our very own trustees. Next, please. With this, I thank you for your kind attention and happy to take any questions. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Selwyn, for your presentation on this agenda item. Now, I would like to open the floor to council members for reactions, questions, and comments. As we normally do, Noemi, our secretary, will help us with the list of speakers. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chair. The floor is now open. If you're interested to take the floor, just please use the chat and I will be calling the names in the order that they appear in the screen. Ben, the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks. Many thanks for that presentation. That was very useful, and it's great to see this process being kicked off here. And I think that, I mean, just a few quick comments. Firstly, just to say, I think it's great that this consultation process, as you've set out, will be aligned with the GEF replenishment discussions, so that'll make life easier for travel and other arrangements like that. So that's helpful. It's great that you're having a good number of people that are engaging with, I think, as set out in terms of particularly sort of SIDS and the LDC representatives, given the particular nature of the LDCF and SCCF. I think that it's, I noted in your presentation just now that you said that there would be engagement with other agencies like Adaptation Funds, SIFs, and the GCF, but I think I noted in the paper, paragraph 7, that said that you'd be just soliciting written comments from those agencies. And I do wonder whether that doesn't quite tie up in terms of what you suggested. So it'd be useful to understand whether they'll have more of an active engagement. Obviously, that's important given the great work that the funds are doing together in the collaboration coherence agenda, and also following on from the G20 SFWG report again in terms of improving collaboration across funds. And this obviously is going to be an obvious area where we need to make sure there's a good alignment between what the LDCF SCCF does with those other funds. So just useful to understand what the intention will be there of engaging with those other funds. And finally, just to say in the document, I think you mentioned it there, but just to say in the document, I think it talks about the third meeting and consultation being aligned with the first GEF Trust and Replenishment meeting. Actually, it should be the third, I assume, but that wasn't clear in the document. Thanks. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'll now give the floor to the CSR network. Faisal.
Thank you very much, Naomi. GEF CSO Network welcome the planning note for development of the GEF programming strategy on adaptation to climate change for the LDCF and SCCF. Given the agreement of the parties to the UNFCCC just recently at COP29 in Baku to triple the level of resources to be channeled to developing countries by 2035, we strongly encourage that the LDCF and SCCF establish a formal replenishment process to enhance the scaling up and predictability of resources for these two important funds. I think many of the discussion yesterday highlighted the challenge being faced about slow level of funds coming in, not enough funds to meet the demands or requests, having to put caps on disbursement at 3 million for some of the funds. So we really feel that with the global commitment to scale up funds, it will be very important to consider moving towards a more formal replenishment process. In addition, the programming strategy itself, and it's not fully clear to us about, it says programming strategy and looking at operational improvements, what the operational improvements would focus on, but we believe that the document should include a major emphasis on resource needs and mobilization opportunities. Secondly, we suggest specific reference is made in the paper and proposed timetable to the ongoing IEO assessment of LDCF and SCCF as a key input to development of the programming strategy, and cross links are maybe made with that process of IEO with the process outlined in the paper. Thirdly, we note the relative limited proposal for participation of recipient countries in the development of the programming strategy. I believe it only one representative for 5 regions. We believe that there should be more than one representative of each region, given the diversity of countries who are recipients of SCCF and LDCF, and this to enable robust and strategic discussions in the meeting to develop a clear and transformative programming strategy, particularly if we hope that this strategy will help empower significantly more resource mobilization to support the fund. Fourthly, we are concerned that there is currently no confirmed plan to invite representatives of civil society organization, indigenous people, or local communities to the programming strategy meetings. And it's only suggested to invite written comments from CSOs. We believe that this is an inadequate approach. 2 days ago, when we discussed for the GEF Trust Fund replenishment approach, in which many council members and the Secretariat emphasized the importance of having broad and participatory stakeholder engagement in the GEF Trust Fund replenishment process. Given the importance of the LDCF and the SCCF, and the need and opportunity flagged by Baku decision to scale up the level of resources in the funds, we strongly ask for greater participation in the process. Given that many of the meetings, as outlined in the program, are envisaged to be back-to-back with other fora, the issue of potential costs for stakeholder engagement should not be a reason to exclude them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cam, you have the floor.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm having problems with my fingers and Zoom and buttons. So greetings, everyone. I just wanted to echo everything that Ben just mentioned and the CSO observers, and maybe just to reiterate as well for us that we read as well that it seems that the list of observers will be aligned with those invited for GEF 9 negotiations, but it's not really clear the plan. And in terms of how other stakeholders like Indigenous peoples, women, youth will be included. And we'd like to see an explicit strategy as well to see how they can be included and not just written. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cam. And I give the floor to Tessa, representing the United States. Tessa, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And also thank you for laying out the plan so clearly in the presentation. I'd like to just quickly echo the point Ben made, that it will be really important to have strong collaboration between the GCF, the Adaptation Fund, CIF, and the LDCF. Thank you, Ben, for making that point, and eager to hear how we think that will be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tessa. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So back to you, Chis, to initial reaction of these comments. Go first. Dorji? Okay, Dorji, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. I'll take a couple of those questions, and then obviously I'll pass it over to Chis, who's sitting just next to me here. So I will start with Ben. Thank you very much for your support to the paper. And I think, thank you also for pointing out a little of a typo in our paper in terms of aligning the meetings. You're correct that that's going to be the second trust fund meeting, I believe. But this is one of the corrections that we will just take it up. And as I mentioned, all these meetings are going to be for the practicalities of the participants. We would like to organize back-to-back with obviously trust fund, but also we are looking at COP as a potential place for us to be discussing the strategy. I also want to thank CSO for your support on the paper, and we note that that tripling the financial flow by 2030 is something that came out of Baku, and we wanted to remain faithful to that decisions. But I think this is a place for us to discuss how we do that. And obviously, you pointed out key items that needs to be laid out, the aspects of the operational improvement that we need to enhance from here on. I think this is also going to be on the table for us to discuss, and it is really premature for us to assume at this point of time that certain aspects is going to receive broader attention. So these are all things that that's going to be taken up. Stakeholder engagement, we recognize the importance of all of them. So I'll pass it over to Cheese on this particular written comment versus the invitation to be at the meeting. Yes, Cheese.
Good morning from the GEF Secretariat Office, and thank you very much to the council members for positive feedback as well as questions. So just to respond on a couple of elements that have been raised, we just, I think in principle, given that the nature of the LDCF and SCCF is focused on climate change, we're in principle open to having other sister funds, climate funds, the GCF Adaptation Fund, as well as CIFs be observers to the meetings. And in light of the conversations that have been taking place this week about the broader engagement of CSOs, IPLCs, women, and so on and so forth, we're in principle, as the LDCF and SCCF, open to the suggestions of having additional observers, and the CEO can confirm that. What we did not want to do is that we didn't want, this paper is coming because the LDCF and SCCF negotiations are organized a little bit differently from the replenishment, because replenishment is a more formal process. But we needed to have this document out before a lot of details for the replenishment negotiations had been discussed. So we didn't really want to overpromise things at this juncture in this particular document, because we didn't have the schedule. We don't necessarily have clarity on how various stakeholders and observers will be dealt with in the replenishment. But even with that caveat, for the LDCF and SCCF conversations, as we indicated, we're in principle open to having additional observers attending and contributing to the discourse, as well as the provision of written comments. So I hope that is very clear. And if I may also add a couple of comments from Faisal about moving to the replenishment model. Listen, for the GEF 7, as part of the operational improvements options, we had put on the table several scenarios for the resource mobilization. And those scenarios included the status quo model, moving to the replenishment model, sticking to the voluntary contribution model, while encouraging those in the position to do so to do more multi-year contributions. So those types of conversations, please rest assured, we actually had in GEF 7, and we do anticipate under the operational improvements elements, those are the elements we could once again discuss. But it's in a way, it's not really up to the secretariat to dictate it. It is a discussion among the contributors as to what they think are feasible during the the negotiations we will have. So I just wanted to clarify that that is an element that we have also discussed in the past. And also touching on your second question, what exactly gets discussed in the operational improvements, one of them. And we also have had discussions on changes to the programming modalities, policies, and what have you, because LDCF and SCCF, some of you may recall, used to have a different project cycle than the GEF Trust Fund. And they're having a lot of different options considered to enable, for example, multi-trust fund projects to be much smoothly reviewed and approved in respective councils and other measures. So those are the elements we will continue to discuss within the operational improvements, in addition to the technical and more substantive elements of how we respond to the COP guidance, as well as priorities the countries are putting in front of us. So I hope those are the feedback we can give at this point. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dorji and Chis. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So I believe this concludes the list of speakers for this agenda item. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Noemi, Dorji, and Chis. With this, we conclude the discussion with council members on this agenda item. So I would like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/LDCF SCCF 37/04.
I believe that Ben, you raised your hand.
Yeah, thanks. I'm very happy to approve a decision as it stands like that. But I mean, just to clarify the points which I was making in terms of, and I think Chis's answer was very helpful in terms of saying that obviously there's a sequencing question in terms of how this works in relation to the GEF replenishment. You're not clear about how that's going to work in terms of observers. But I think it would be a pity if we got to the stage of actually starting some of these meetings and you said, well, the paper didn't agree to have anyone as observers and you just were accepting written comments. So I'm not clear exactly how you'd like to take that forward. If it's just a question of amending the paper, just to say that written and potentially observers or something like that. And that would be, because obviously you have to change some of those typos anyway, that's fine. Don't need to have the decision changed, but I just don't want to have that opportunity that they are participating as observers missed if this is the place where it's missed. So just useful if you could just clarify, just to make sure that it is taken forward and exactly how you will take it forward and whether you need to have a decision from the council to do that or whether there's another mechanism you'll do that. So grateful if you can provide that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben, for your comments. If you agree with me, we can reflect them in the highlights documents that we'll be working on this one. Is that okay, Ben?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. No problem at all. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for your observation. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor, so decision agreed. We just agree on the agenda item number 5 with regards to the 37th LDCF SCCF agenda item. With this, we will go toward last agenda item, which is number 6 with regards to LDCF SCCF, which is other business. I think we got already list of speakers which will address the floor. Noemi, over to you so you can help us managing the list of speakers.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ben requested the floor. Ben, floor is yours.
I'm happy to come in first. I saw that Quarantine also wanted to take the floor, but as long as Quarantine, you're happy for me to speak first, I'm happy to.
I believe you're first in the chat, Ben, as far as I can see. And then Corentin and Anders also requested the floor after you.
Okay, actually that was related to the previous item, but I'll speak. So firstly, just to say that the UK is very committed to supporting SID's effort to secure better access to finance to bolster their climate resilience and sustainable development. The new window for SIDS under the SCCF provides essential climate adaptation support for SIDS for this purpose. So all I wanted to do was to just reiterate that the UK's additional pledge to the SIDS window of the SCCF, which was announced at COP29, where the UK pledged an additional £10 million sterling to provide adaptation finance to small island development states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. People are clapping here around the table, so I wanted to share about that. And now, Corentin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. I hope you can hear me fine.
Yes, Corentin, we hear you well.
Perfect. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to see you all virtually this week, and many thanks for this opportunity to take the floor, even if I'm not a council member nor an alternate for the moment. And to avoid misunderstanding, I would like to specify that I'm addressing this council today on behalf of Belgium. So I'm not representing my constituency here. So now my message to the council. I'm pleased to announce today a pledge of contribution to the LDC fund to be provided by the Walloon region of Belgium. And I'm announcing this pledge on behalf of Her Excellency Madame Cécile Neven, Minister for Climate and Energy of the Government of Wallonia, which is a region of the Kingdom of Belgium. And as you know, Belgium and the Walloon region recognized long ago the critical role and unique support of the Least Developed Country Fund to fostering locally led adaptation to climate change in the least developed countries. As a historical contributor to the LDC Fund, we continue to believe that it is fundamental to further support the most vulnerable communities to adapt to climate change. They suffer the most from the dramatic effects of climate change, and the fact is that their greenhouse gas emissions are extremely low. Still, they are the most affected by the dire consequences of climate change. Please let me recall and underscore this. The discussions on the previous sessions today and yesterday highlight once more that the Least Developed Country Fund remain a key financial mechanism to enhance the climate resilience of millions of people. It's not perfect and there are relevant areas for improvement. This is an ongoing process, I believe. But I would like to convey once again our sincere appreciations for the work that is being done by the Least Developed Country Fund. And this is why today, on top of the ongoing multi-annual contribution of the federal government of Belgium, the government of Wallonia is honored to announce a new pledge to the Least Developed Country Fund for an amount of about 2.3 million euro, which is part of the contribution program of the Walloon region to the International Climate Finance for 2025. So the amount of this pledge is approximately 2.3 million euro. Last year, in December 2023, at the COP28 of UNFCCC in Dubai, the Walloon region announced a pledge of 2.7 million euro, a contribution which was paid in 2024. So thanks to this additional new pledge, the cumulative contribution of the Walloon region to the LDC fund will reach 24.8 million euro since the first pledge of the Walloon region in 2017. And for the rest, we are clearly interested to be involved and possibly comment and contribute to the development of the forthcoming strategy on climate change adaptation of the Least Developed Country Fund and SCC Fund. And yeah, in general, I would like to echo the comment of Faisal from the CSO network about this process and the pledging modality to recapitalize the LDC Fund and SCC Fund. And to conclude, we are confident that the LDC Fund will continue to make good use of this financing and warmly encourage other members of the GEF to consider contributing to the LDC Fund and SCC Fund. Thank you for your attention. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Kaanta, and I'm sure that you can also hear the clapping in the room. So thank you for that. Annette, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, and good morning, good day, good evening to everyone. We are extremely grateful that we are also in a position to make an announcement today. We are pledging 50 million euros to the LDCF. With this contribution, we want to strengthen the LDCF as a key source of funding to help LDCs. In addition, Germany also pledges 20 million euros to the SCCF's window for adaptation in SIDS. SIDS are amongst the most vulnerable countries to climate change. And with this contribution, Germany wants to do its part in supporting the adaptation efforts of SIDS. Even in uncertain times, with available funds in many traditional donor countries in doubt, we have decided to make the LDCF and SCCF a priority for us. Both funds have a key role in reaching the goals of the Paris Agreement, making climate finance accessible to the most vulnerable, and making them resilient by investing in their adaptation is key for us. Germany has and will continue to advocate strongly for the interests of the LDCs and SIDS, and we are putting our money where our mouth is. Multilateral organizations like the GEF, with its LDCF and SCCF, are a key instrument to improving access to climate finance for the most vulnerable countries. We've now heard about the promising new work programs and about the real impact GEF, LDCF, and SCCF have in the fight against climate change and against the worldwide loss of biodiversity. We must use and expand them as our instruments instead of thinking about further fragmentation. New funds do not mean more available resources. It is the other way around, actually. Using and expanding successful and trusted institutions like the GEF is the best way to secure extra resources because they are a proven investment. LDCF and SCCF are explicitly mentioned in the COP29 decision to triple the outflows from the climate funds by 2030. It means that we do not only urgently need to continue to support them as traditional donors, but that we have to scale our support and fast. This is only possible if we increase the number of supporters, and I'm echoing here our colleague from Lesotho yesterday, as we urge not only traditional contributors, but also participants with the financial capacity to consider pledging resources to LDCF and SCCF to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. And Anders, also you requested the floor. I apologize that I skipped you, but now I see you in the chat. So Anders, floor is yours.
No worries, and thank you for giving us the floor. With reference to the introductory messages by the co-chair yesterday of that there was no pledging session in Baku, we had planned to make our announcement there, but as it did not take place, we then chose to join Germany, Belgium, the region of Wallonia, and the United Kingdom here instead. So it's simply Sweden wants to take the occasion to formally announce our contribution to the least developed country fund of 130 million Swedish kronor. And in line with what Germany said, we also believe very much in withstanding and upholding the efficiency of the existing financial mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. Oh, Abby, you raised your hand. The floor is yours.
That was a mistake. I actually wanted to do the clap emoji, but since I'm on camera, just congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Lambert, I also see that you want to request the floor. Floor is yours.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Naomi. Merci à tout le monde. C'est juste pour vous présenter et vous exprimer la joie d'un représentant de pays les moins avancés par rapport à toutes ces contributions vis-à-vis du LDC's Fund et SSCF. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Lambert. I'll also read a written comment from Concon, the Southern Africa constituency. My constituency greatly appreciates the pledges made by countries to the LDCF. We note the remarks from Germany and others that traditional sources of funding from donor countries are facing some challenges, which make all the pledges more appreciated. Thank you, Concon. Faisal, you requested the floor. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Naomi. Just want to add our voices to those congratulating the four donors that have announced the contributions at this meeting. And as highlighted by Belgium and others, we need to really move forward to a more structured approach to have a more reliable and predictable contribution to enable the proper planning and operation of the LDCF and SCCF. So we very much hope that in this coming period of strategy development, that it is possible to find a better operational mechanism to ensure that there is much more predictable fund flow, and it's not relying on so-called voluntary contribution, because I think the world has recognized we must have significantly enhanced the flow of resources in order to prepare the most vulnerable to the very severe impacts of climate change. So we really look forward to working with the process coming and with all of those LDCF, SCCF council members to enhance the level and predictability of support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faisal. And I'll just briefly share the written support from Ramon in the chat to the pledges. Thank you, Ramon, for that. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, Chair, so back to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Noemi, and my greatest gratitude to UK, Belgium, Germany, and Sweden. We really welcome the support to this fund, which is one of the funds that I strongly believe has the highest impact. It has one of the highest impact, not just by the fact that we have I would say, fairly large allocation of resources to those LDC countries and seats, but also if you see the combination of the LDC, SCCF with the STAR resources, these countries receive a substantive amount of resources to be used, not just in terms of climate adaptation and resilience, but very importantly, these are the baseline resources, I will say, that prepares countries to land degradation, desertification, and drought, which was in the center of UNCCD COP16 conversations. I want to especially thank Corentin, and it was great to see you, Corentin, during COP16 and Riyadh for the continued support, not just from the federal government, but also the subnational governments now with Bologna. The Balloon region, as you indicated, has provided these funds with more than $25 million throughout the last years. And together with what we will be announcing to the GEF Council meeting, where we will be announcing another subnational donor, in this case, the province of Quebec in Canada, I see a very clear tendency of subnational donors in our side. And on our side, we see a potential of having a conversation during the GEF 9 replenishment of allowing and allocating resources, GEF resources, to subnational governments. So the potential to really link subnational donors with subnational recipient local governments in GEF recipient countries continues to be a great opportunity, and I will say a tendency that we kind of see, and we would like to formalize mechanisms by which subnational donors and subnational local governments and subnational recipients can work hand in hand. So I want to thank everyone for this. Also, I want to let everyone know that this is a great way to reflect the commitment of donors that came out of COP29. We, because of the timing and because of these pledges, we can, without any doubt, announce that the implementation of the new finance agreement agreed in COP29 is being implemented in the GEF through LDCF and SCCF would be the first recipients of that agreement that happened 3 or 4 weeks ago. So I want to thank once more the UK, Belgium, and the national, subnational governments of Belgium, Germany, and Sweden for this big support. I know that Cheese wants to do her own remarks, so I'll pass it over to Cheese before we go with someone else who is addressing the floor. Final comment. When I see the LDCF and SCCF agenda, I see it very much centered in what is a climate adaptation priority from these nations, and that has to do with food security and making food systems more resilient. I strongly believe that the combination of food security restoration with the conversations that we had in UNCCD COP16 creates a wonderful environment for more consistent, more comprehensive, and across the conventions investments in climate resilience, particularly concentrated on water security and food security. So I want to thank all the donors today for their consistent commitment to LDCF and SCCF. Thank you so much. Over to you, Cheese.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Just to really send our appreciation to all the announcements and contributors. I know there's a number that also committed to make multi-year contributions to the LDCF and the SCCF, and we're very, very grateful in addition to the announcements made today. And our team, LDCF and SCCF team is all sitting here. We're all grateful, and we just wanted to express our appreciation. And I'm also very grateful for the strong support as well as commitment to really effectively use the LDCF and SCCF from the countries. Lambert as well as Konkon and others have expressed their support to really use the LDCF as also the LDC chair, Mr. Evans, yesterday. So we're very much grateful, and we promise that we will do our best to program the resources that would come into the trust fund as quickly, as efficiently, and effectively as possible. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Cheese, for that. I see that someone is asking the floor. Noemi, can you help us with this?
Yes, Konkon, you have your raised hand. We've seen it, so the floor is yours.
Apologies, that was a mistake. Thank you.
LDC chair? That's LDC chair. Okay. So I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for this, and I believe that according to our agenda, we need to pass it over to give the floor to Gita IEO. Gita, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to the team as well as the donors for the investment. I think this is the wrong slide. I don't think we need this right now, Ted. Thank you.
I agree with you.
That's for the GBFF. So the IEO will be bringing two LDCF, SECF evaluations to the June 2025 Council. One is the annual evaluation report, which is very similar to the annual performance report of the GEF. And the second is the program evaluation. I'm sorry, I don't have the holiday and Christmas presents like the donors gave just now, but hopefully we'll have good news next June on the performance and effectiveness of these funds. The second one is the program evaluation, achievement of the funds, response to the COP guidance, evolution of strategy, efficiency in delivery, additionality of the fund. We'll also be assessing the unique characteristics and performance of the challenge program that has come up a couple of times during the course of this discussion, the impacts as well as the catalytic effects. So that's, and last June, we presented the early warning systems evaluation. Now, all these three studies will also feed into OPS 8 with a special section on adaptation in the OPS 8. This work is being led by Anna Vig and Rasek Niembro in the IEO office. I just wanted to update you on the evaluation agenda. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Geeta, for that. And I want to see if any council member has any comments, reactions, or questions to Geeta on what she just presented. I don't see. Oh, yes. Do we have? Okay. Over
Yes,
to you.
Chair. We have Kong Kong's hand raised and then Lambert. So Kong Kong, floor is yours.
Chair, Chairperson is Evans, the ODC chair, in fact.
Wow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you,
Naomi?
Evans. We hear you well.
Yes,
we hear you well.
Sorry, I noted yesterday that my screen wouldn't show my face from Malawi. I don't know today, maybe it's also not showing. I'm used, I think, a computer that I'm not very familiar with. So if you don't see my face, my apology, but and I think I'm also being registering as Kong Kong when it's Evans. So there are two Kong Kongos anyway, a council member and the alternate. But I want, on behalf of the LDC's group, to sincerely thank the partners that have also announced their contributions to the fund. They were not Wallonia region, Germany, and of course Sweden. And also invite further those that would also be coming maybe in the next few days to support the fund together also with the SCCF if they make also those voluntary contributions. And thanks very much to those partners. I think for further to also my statement yesterday, it means I think we are talking to each other. And thank you very much. I wish you well again in the deliberations today. Thank you. Merry Christmas to everyone. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans, LDC Chair. Lambert, floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Moi, j'ai un peu réfléchi. Je pense que c'est pas vraiment un cadeau de Noël qu'on donne aux pays les moins avancés. C'est une clé de voûte qui nous permet un cadeau quand vous achetez à votre enfant ou bien vous achetez à quelqu'un. Au fil des années, ça se détériore, ça disparaît. Mais tous les flux d'argent que les donateurs, que la Suède, la Belgique, ce don est précieux pour nous, les pays les plus vulnérables. Nous devons penser à ça. Quelle sera la pérennisation de ce précieux qui ne devait pas avoir le nom de cadeau de Noël. Parce que moi-même, le pays moins avancé, j'ai des problèmes aujourd'hui pour voir qu'est-ce que je peux faire à mon pays pour lui donner un bon cadeau de Noël. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Lambert. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, Chair. So back to you.
Thanks, Noemi, and thanks once more to all the council members that had participated in the 37 LDCF SCCF council meeting. With this last agenda item, I conclude this council meeting and move over to our next council meeting, which is the third GBFF council meeting. In this respect, I will go through my opening remarks for this, or as I said, the third Global Biodiversity Framework Fund Council. Dear council members, colleagues, and friends, welcome to the third meeting of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund Council. I'm pleased to open this session on a positive note, reflecting on the impressive progress we have made in implementing the GBFF in less than 18 months since its launch in August 2023 during the GEF Assembly in Vancouver, Canada. And I'm looking forward with great optimism to the future of these funds and the investments that we do to it. A lot has achieved since the milestone of COP15 in Montreal in December 2022. I feel very proud to have GBFF fully established, operationalized, and with programming already taking the place in key countries. In 2024, for your information, we conducted 3 selection rounds and programmed virtually all the resources of the first programming tranche open last February. All GBFF proposals are select based on technical merits relatively to the criteria set by this council. In the little over the 1 year in the establishment of the GBFF, $202 million or 96% of the resources available in this first tranche has been approved or set aside for a total of 40 projects, including 4 projects that are already moving towards implementation. These projects are contributing directly to the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework at the national level. Among these 4 projects are extremely interesting. 2 in Brazil, each one of around $10 million of GBFF financing. One aims to restore, protect, and maintain the biodiversity of indigenous land through support to indigenous communities implementing territorial and environmental management plan. The other aims to translate the very successful ARCA project that the GEF was one of the most relevant funding partners to establish a complex of large protected areas in the Amazon basin. Now we want to bring that experience to another very important biome of Brazil, highly threatened, very unique, which is the Caatinga biome. It also, in this project, will target the work of protecting endangered species and combating wildlife trafficking in partnership with indigenous people and local communities. The third project in Mexico, where we had a very beautiful launch in Cali in COP16 with the presence of the Secretary of Environment of Mexico, Alicia Bárcena. These projects aim to support the achievement of the 30 by 30 in Mexico, expanding almost 100 million hectares of protected areas And the goal of the project is to sustainable finance actions within protected areas in partnership once more with local authorities and indigenous people and local communities. The fourth project in Gabon is extremely important. It addressed an outstanding barrier in the achievement of the 30 by 30 in the country by integrating the issue of the human-wildlife conflict in an ongoing project finance for permanence approach that is supported by the GEF and is very much aligned with that other global initiative called Enduring Earth, where GEF is one of the key donors to this global effort in providing strategic funding so countries can create the right domestic financial mechanism for the long run and good management of protected areas and the implementation of GPF target number 3. And earlier this month, we approved the latest 18 project preparation grants or PPGs, allocating 91 million and leveraging an anticipated co-finance of more than $300 million. In total, this round includes 17 countries, with 9 being the less developed countries or small developing states. The biggest PPG was for the biomanglar project in Colombia, dedicated to the conservation, sustainable use, and restoration of mangroves in its Pacific coast. It focusing on empowering Afro-Colombian communities that manage 90% of these mangroves through collective land tenure. It is noteworthy that this project matches exactly one of the main outcomes promoted by the COP presidency in Cali with respect to Colombian and Afro-Colombian communities and indigenous people and local communities. Other several significant PPGs were approved in CIS and LDCs. A total of almost 15 million of GBF resources are programmed for Madagascar on locally managed marine areas and on targeted action in protected areas covering high priority biodiversity area. Another 7.3 million are programmed to support Papua New Guinea in empowering the local communities and indigenous groups for the conservation and sustainable use of some 700,000 hectares of pristine, very valuable, unique ecosystems. So I'm pleased to highlight our steady progress in meeting the GPFF portfolio targets related to resource allocation for seeds, LDCs, indigenous people, local communities, through one of the most relevant decisions that we took in Brasilia a year ago through international financial institutions. The total funding program through the 3 selections round include 36% of resources for seeds and LDCs, amounting to $73.3 million. Additionally, 20% of the total GBFF resources program, or 40 million, has been programmed through IFIs. Although this is below the 20% target, the IFI share has increased significantly from 6% between the first and second selection round to this third round in December. We are on track to surpass the aspirational target of allocating 20% of the GPFF resources to IPLCs with 63.5 million or 31% of the resources program for these actions towards conservation, sustainable use, restoration, and management of biodiversity. The GPFF has made considerable progress also in setting its governance structure. The auxiliary body held its first meeting earlier this month, selecting 2 co-chairs and currently comprising 11 members from 8 constituencies representing 53 countries. We invite the remaining 12 eligible constituencies to submit their nomination promptly. Progress has also been made in constituting the advisory group of non-sovereign participants. The province of Quebec, as I just previously indicated, has become the first non-sovereign contribution to the GBFF, has confirmed its interest in becoming a member of the advisory group, which is now established. All of these achievements mobilize critical and much needed resources towards the goals and targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. This has only been possible with the collective hard work of each and every one of you. And so I would like us to celebrate this achievement together. Our resource mobilization, on resource mobilization, what a heartwarming moment is this for us during the ministerial dialogue and pledging session in October at CBD COP16 in Cali, when the $163 million was mobilized in additional voluntary contribution from 7 countries. This was also a milestone moment in becoming the first ever contribution to any GEF fund by a subnational government, which is a significant moment for all of us. Dear Council members, as we continue to hear, the GEF needs to improve, evolve, and do some things very different to what we have done historically speaking. As you have seen this week in other discussions, we are now committed to continue to improve our process and finding new ways of doing things so that all funding entrusted to us supports relevant actions in a quickly, efficiently, and fairly manner. To that end, the GBFF is also providing us with a space of innovation and incubation. One tangible example of this is the Streamline GBFF project cycle, which has inspired one of the key streamlining measures of the GEF Trust Fund that we discussed earlier this week. As you can see, the GBFF is paving new ways of doing business for the GEF and will continue to break new ground. Each milestone, from council meeting, auxiliary body constitution, to selection rounds, is advancing the effectiveness and impact of GBFF and generating insight and lessons for the rest of our family of funds. As we did for the Streamline project cycle, we will continue to learn from these experiences and adapt them where possible. Dear friends, the sobering reality is that only 6 years remain to meet the 2030 targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. At the same time, the GBFF gave us the opportunity for hope and room for optimism. It is a great privilege to have the GBFF as the latest member of the GEF growing family of funds. The GBFF has entrusted us through COP15 just a couple of years ago, and we have proven that together with you, the GEF Council observers are ready to deliver and generate better results and impacts. As I said before, together we establish, operationalize in a very innovative way this new way of funding the GBFF. And together, we are very proud on being where we are, which is programming resources to recipient countries. This manner proves that the GBFF exemplifies the GEF ability to be more effective and more impactful, delivering funding swiftly and enabling a national action that is aligned with global goals. What has been achieved so far with the GBFF shows its tremendous potential in delivering the Kunming-Montreal Global biodiversity framework. Looking ahead, let us collectively realize this potential. Let us continue to write the growing story of success all together. Thank you so much. And with this, I'm very proud and happy one more to welcome Astrid Shoemaker, CBD Secretary of the Convention. Astrid, thank you so much for joining us once more this week. We know you're traveling, and we really appreciate that you join us on this, the third GPFF Council meeting. Astrid, the floor is yours.
No, thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thanks for giving me the opportunity. It's really an honor to be with you. And you said it rightly. I think this is a moment for us to celebrate. And it's, of course, fun to be at a celebration. So I'm really very happy to be there. And I want to build a bit on what I said on Wednesday when I talked a bit more about the outcomes of COP16 in Cali. And really now say, you know, this is a message of appreciation from the CBD Secretariat. We really want to congratulate the GEF and all members present on the speed and innovation in the operationalization of the GBFF since COP15. And Carlos, you have outlined all these steps, and I think it's really, it has been an impressive journey. We all know that setting up new funds, you know, can take 4 years, 6 years, whatever. You have really demonstrated maximum efficiency. That is appreciated a lot. And I think once again, this year was not just the first step this year, then again, how fast the GBFF can act was demonstrated with the adoption of the terms of reference, and referred to that for the auxiliary body and the advisory group, which happened in June after a request from the subsidiary body and implementation a month before. I mean, that is frankly, I think, amazing and really from our side, huge thanks for that. And not only was it super fast, of course, these are also two very innovative and substantial steps forward on governance and steps forward in a direction that has been requested quite strongly by a number of countries, notably in the Global South. And we think that these new bodies can also play an essential role in mobilizing more and additional resources, and thereby, of course, increasing the responsiveness of the GBFF even further. And I think you also said already, and in a way it makes us proud to be associated with that, is that the GBFF has been acting a bit like a trailblazer or an incubator, where so demonstrating or giving to the GEF as a whole new ideas, as discussed earlier this week. And, you know, when you could demonstrate how the GBFF work can feed into the streamlining of the project cycle. And I think that's also a very interesting role for the GBFF and something that we need to cherish and maintain. And then, of course, and you mentioned that also, it was really gratifying to see that with the generous contribution of the province of Quebec, the advisory body is now established, and we are therefore ready to enter this new chapter. And hopefully the decisions taken today can encourage even more subnational governments and other non-sovereign contributors to join Quebec and become part of this unique advisory group. So I think all these already bodes extremely well, but then also in terms, in addition to governance, I think, and you have just outlined it, so I don't want to repeat it, how the fund has been demonstrating effectiveness and dynamism in the approval of projects, and you've run through the project, so I don't want to repeat it, but I think it was amazing how the first 3 projects came on, and then you recently, I think this last week, actually announced the results of the third selection with 18 project preparation grants, and as you said, I mean, this shows concrete progress, but also shows how these innovations actually improve the project management cycle and the speed and efficiency of the fund. And of course, on top of it, from our perspective, very important that these projects are well distributed across the action areas for GBFF programming, and as such really support a broad range of KMGBF targets. And of course, also, and again, I just echo a bit what you said, but I want to repeat it because it's so important for us, and we appreciate it. so much as that you're also meeting the innovative portfolio programming targets, so the share of programs dedicated to indigenous peoples and local communities, and the share going to LDCs and SITs in this first tranche. I think these are all signs that bodes very well of a fund that is mature and effective and efficient and ready to play an extremely important role in the implementation of our convention. And since I'm today in congratulatory mode, of course, I also need to congratulate the IFIs that have been engaging so far. That was emphasized at COP15. It is important for them to engage, and again, in the draft financial mechanism decision that we will hope to adopt at COP16 too in Rome, this is highlighted again, the importance of IFI engagement. So we look forward to this trend actually accelerating so that this 25% aspirational share can be met as soon as possible. And now I've appreciated the IFIs and the GEF, and of course I also have to appreciate and congratulate and thank all the contributors that have made contributions to the fund so far. And of course, in particular, that we were able to have this pledging event in Cali, which we're very grateful that you organized, with this new contribution of $163 million. And again, having Quebec as a first non-state actor coming on board, I think is, again, sends a signal, and we just hope to see more of that. And all of it is, of course, an important step towards our financing objective for the convention, which, as I think everybody knows here, is $200 billion from all sources by 2030, and then 20 billion in terms of official development aid by 2025. And of course, we also hope that sort of basically we can ride on the success, and that this motivates now more people to make pledges, hopefully announce them early next year, so we can keep the momentum on the good progress made, and then you would be able to rapidly open the second programming tranche, and hopefully at that point being able to count on increasing contributions from non-sovereign contributors, including subnational governments, the private sectors, philanthropy, and other sources. And any discussion that you can have at this council and in any other circumstances, how we can bring these new donors on board, I think from our perspective is incredibly important for the GBFF, but also, of course, for the financing of the convention as a whole. Maybe to conclude, and I've said it before on Wednesday, so in Rome, we still have to take important decisions in the area of financing. And of course, the first is the one on resource mobilization. And I think I mentioned on Wednesday that there are divergent views on whether or not a new dedicated global financing instrument for biodiversity needs to be created, and needs to be created at this COP. So these were fairly polarized discussions. Of course, whatever the outcome there is may have implications for the future arrangements of the GBFF. But I would say maybe as a first step, and maybe that was not necessarily so present in Cali, we hope that all the GBFF council members also can sort of feed back to the negotiators the discussions that are taking place here, the innovations that have been made, the acceleration that we have seen, so that this can be fully and truly appreciated as part of the negotiations. And then, of course, there's still the second decision on the financial mechanism. It also includes a section on the GBFF, again, still subject to changes, but again, a lot of importance given to attracting more contribution from the private sector and from philanthropy. So it brings me back to saying any discussions you can have, any novel and further innovative ideas where the GBFF can be trailblazer again, how this can be done, I think that would be very, very important. So yes, in conclusion, the GBFF from our perspective has been moving rapidly and efficiently, and this momentum now needs to be kept, I think, for the Kunming framework and its implementation, but also from the perspective of efficiency of the financial mechanism. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity again to present our perspective. Thanks.
Thanks to you, Astrid. And my biggest gratitude with you and your team, because the CBD Secretariat has been close to the GEF Secretariat for the last year and a half in putting together this fund. And this fund, as I mentioned, Astrid, has the potential to pilot new ways of mobilizing resources, and also new ways on approaching the very particularly needs of recipient countries. A year ago, when we were putting, as an example, actually, when we were putting the rules of engagement with these funds, I presented an idea with regards to using the CBD focal points as the focal points of these funds instead of our traditional operational GEF operational focal point. After Cali, I felt that that was not a bad idea, but now that we went through Cali, the GEF will be investing a lot of time and resources in bringing together the GEF operational focal point, the CBD focal point, in ways that we can complement the top-down approach that we have done with the CBD Secretariat, the COPs, and the delegates, and the GBFF Council members in setting up the fund. Now we see the need to do a bottom-up approach where we will be concentrating on those needed dialogues and coordination at the country level within the GEF focal point and the CBD focal points, which is something that we saw multiple gaps, but also multiple opportunity for more coherence at the country level by using GEF resources in an effort that we can close those gaps within those very important, relevant stakeholders at the country level. Also, Astrid, for your information, our ongoing conversation with private sector and philanthropic organizations are going well. Basically, they told us we want to see the fund operationalized. We want to see the fund programming. And well, we are here in this moment where we can go back with more concrete results based on the GBFF Council decisions. And I really believe that in 2025, we'll be doing a lot of progress in terms of implementing the mandates coming from this council with regards to a further engagement with philanthropic organizations and the private sector. So we're very excited that we are in a moment that we have proof that we can deliver, that we can program, that we can mobilize resources. If we had, be assured, Astrid, if we had 10 times more resources than we had, we will be able to, allocate those resources, because I think that what we have put together in terms of programming and the guidelines for programming has proven to be fast and fit for the needs of quick and fair access of these resources. So thank you so much, Astrid. Also, I want to inform our GBFF Council meeting that my co-chair, Dauda, has joined us once more. Thanks, Dauda, for joining. He went through some personal things yesterday, and he was unable to finish the day with us. So welcome back, Dauda, as a co-chair. So having done these introductory remarks by Astrid and myself, I would like to open the floor to the GBFF Council meeting if there's someone who wants to do any statements or react to the comments of Astrid or myself.
Thank you, Chair. Someone has requested the floor. Anil, floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and thank you, my friends from who have pledged the fund, and that's a really good news, and also the use of the 163 million which you all raised from the COP, and congratulations to the entire GBFF team for the good work which has been going on under the leadership of Carlos. I just had only one question here, is that this Auxiliary Members Council, that Auxiliary Members Group, I don't find any representation from South Asia and Southeast Asia. I think it's more concentrated toward this side because Bhutan, people, I mean, I had the Bhutan and Sri Lankan ministries expressing their interest to be part of this thing because they have a huge biodiversity issue there. So I would like to put that on the table that we should have more representation from South Asia too, because they're directly involved in the biodiversity, degradation of the biodiversity in the fragile areas of their not only coastline but also in the Himalayas. So I wanted to just raise that issue to you. Thank you, and
Thank you
please
so
give a scope for including it.
Thank you so much, Anil, for your observation. There will be an agenda item today where we will be discussing this specific topic. So we will address it over there. And thanks for your observation and recommendations. I hope that we can satisfy your aspiration to have more representatives from your region. But we will address this topic in one of today's agenda items. Thanks, Anil.
Thank you very much, Anil. I'll now give the floor to Annette.
Hello, everyone, and congratulations to everyone involved for the record setting up of this new fund under the GEF. So we very much welcome the progress report from the Secretariat on the programming. The GBFF is now well up and running and delivering its promise to support the Global Biodiversity Framework. And so it's with faster approvals than what we've seen before from the GEF. So the GEF is actually learning from the GBFF. It's a targeted support and it has innovative tools. So this, I think this is a moment to really celebrate. And thanks very much, Carlos Manuel, for your leadership on that and all the hard work from the Secretariat, everyone else that went into that. We are obviously particularly happy with the good progress towards the portfolio targets. LDCs and SIDS are receiving 36% already of resources. We applaud them for their efforts and encourage them to fully make use of the 39% what is currently reserved for them, or even go beyond. Programming by MDBs stands at a promising 20%, as you mentioned, Carlos Manuel. It's way beyond what we usually see. And we hope the 25% target will be reached soon. It is especially satisfactory, obviously, that IPLCs receive more resources than the portfolio target. And we hope to see this become a permanent feature of GBFF programming. We do consider it below expectations, however, that only four PPGs have been fully developed so far. We do urge agencies to speed up the development of projects in close cooperation with the operational focal points. We also note that we are still almost $90 million off the target for opening the second tranche. We urge all participant countries with the means to do so to contribute to the GBFF. The fund is the outcome of the Kunming-Montreal CBD, and it seems that Asian and Central Asian countries with a high concentration of biodiversity still have room to further program. So possibly additional resources from the host of the Kunming-Montreal CBD might be an encouragement for them to do so. It would also be a clear sign of international leadership as well as trust in functioning multilateral financing mechanisms. Excellent news from Carlos Manuel that the secretariats have been intensifying outreach to philanthropic donors and to the private sector to showcase the GBFF's innovative tools for resource mobilization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette and Anil. We heard you both loud and clear, and we've taken notes of your comments. Maybe just to remind the floor that we're still in agenda item 1, opening of the meeting. The floor is now open to provide any comments to the introductory remarks of the chair and the executive secretary of the CBD. Once that this agenda item concludes, we will propose the agenda to be adopted to the council, which includes the 2 agenda items: progress on the programming for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, and the progress report on the advisory groups and auxiliary body. That's where we are. So I see that Wampi and Avi, you've also requested the floor, just to make sure if you want to comment on the opening remarks or if we should wait until we enter to these agenda items to give you the floor. So Wampi, would you wish to take the floor now, or should we wait until
Yes,
later?
no, you can wait. Thank you for the clarification, Naomi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wampi. And Avi, do you also wish to wait, or do you want to address the floor now?
I just wanted to
give
make
some
a
comments.
quick intervention now, which is I think we on behalf of both the state and Treasury GBFF team, we want to commend the team for all of the progress made, but also just to reflect that we very much support Carlos Manuel's observation that there needs to be good outreach and communication between the CBD focal points and the GEF focal points. I think, one of our concerns about fragmentation in funding is it's really difficult for everybody to keep track of all of the different strains of activity going on. And so we do think it's really important for the GEF Secretariat to be working with the convention secretariats and everyone in country to make sure that they're doing their utmost to make this information flow as smoothly as possible. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Avi. Now I will read a written comment from IPAC. The GEF IPAC welcomes the support of the LDCF and LCCF from Belgium, Germany, Sweden, UK. Thank you. Indigenous peoples and their communities are the least contributors to climate change, yet the most vulnerable to impact. As the GEF CEO, Carlos Manuel, said during the launching of GBFF in Vancouver, aligning the GBFF with the role of Indigenous peoples is smart. This is a non-gut issue for IPLCs. In the context of finance, it may mean the pivotal alliance and merger of the force of multilateralism with Indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge, systems shaped by many generations of practice and the people's journey for millennia, resulting in an actual transformational impacts and scale benefiting both people and the planet and promoting a just and livable future. Just imagine the empowering effect of this pivotal alliance and the with the new pledges. Sorry, my chat is moving. And with the new pledge of the LDCF, SCCF, IPLCs are capable of participating in exploring ways by which financial architecture synchronize with traditional knowledge. So thank you, IPAC. I also see that Aitor and Laura requested the floor, just to remind that we are now addressing the opening of the meeting. Aitor, floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you, Carlos Morena, and thank you everyone who is here today. It's a pleasure to join this council meeting once more. I represent the youth observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We reiterate our gratitude to the GEF Secretariat for the ongoing efforts to ensure the engagement of Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth throughout the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund process. We also thank the GEF Secretariat for organizing both in-person and virtual meetings and for its commitment to listen our concerns and seeking ways to address them. We kindly request that future meetings should also be organized in advance and during intersessional periods of the GBFF council meetings to ensure our events can progress. As representatives of our global constituencies, we are speaking on behalf of a global community that is closely monitoring the process and it's actively demanding reforms to the GEF and to the GBFF. These reforms is aligned with ongoing discussions on reforming international financial architecture. We draw attention, in particular, to the urgent need to improve the modalities and quality of resource allocation, making them more fair, efficient, and equitable, while also ensuring a governance structure that is balanced and representative. Unfortunately, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth still lack of meaningful voice in decision about who and what to fund. While these demands may have previously appeared as isolated call for our communities, we now have clear and specific guidance from the CBD COP decisions for the GEF reforms, to be agreed, of course, on the resumed COP16 next February. And furthermore, the recent approved EPB's transformative change assessment highlights the need for systemic economic and financial reforms guided by inclusive and equitable decision-making. We kindly urge this council to make and take immediate steps to ensure meaningful participation of our groups. Failing to do so risks not only honoring the voices of our communities, but now also the clear guidance of the CBD COP and the science-based recommendations that are essential for building a sustainable and just future. Therefore, and more practically, we call on the GEF Secretariat and this council to initiate a review of current GBFF project cycle policies to allow observers to provide formal comments on GBF projects in advance, according to our capacity, of course, to act on voluntary basis. We kindly request for this proposal to be considering the highlights of the meeting and the progress on this matter to be reported on the 4th GBFF Council meeting. The GBFF hold an indispensable role in advancing the GEF and could also work as a blueprint for the improvement of the GEF as a whole. But this requires not only adequate resources mobilization, but also focus on the quality, equity, and transparency of fund allocation and decision-making. Observers stand ready in engagement, and we look forward to better future in biodiversity fund. We kindly count on this council to support you through this. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Aether. Laura, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I just wanted to take the microphone for a couple of minutes to react to Astrid and Carlos Manuel's opening statement, to thank them for their hard work, and actually the whole GEF and GBFF family for to thank everyone for the hard work and collaboration. As of course we are, this is too soon to enjoy already the fruits of this programming, but I already see many good indications that what we are doing here is completely worthy. And as a quick reaction on the focal points, I also want to say that the fact that the CVD focal point and the GEF focal point, at least in Mexico, are in different ministries, is already igniting very interesting conversations and pushing for action. So I do believe these synergies are gonna end up in more impactful action. So this is very good signs. And again, thank you so much, Astrid and Carlos Manuel and everyone. That'd be all, Noemi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Noemi. Thanks for everyone that gave us and shared with us their statements and comments. So with this, I will go now to agenda item number 2, which is the adoption of the provisional agenda that has been circulated for consideration as document GBFF/C03/01. I would like to ask Council if there are any comments to the agenda or any items that we need to add as other businesses.
There is a written comment, Chair. The IO would like to request 3 minutes under any other business. I believe it's also to give an overview of the ongoing evaluation activities.
Okay, thank you. Any other one asking for the floor, Noemi?
No one else is requesting the floor, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Noemi. So with this, I will invite Council to adopt the agenda for this meeting. I don't see any objections to this, so I proceed to approve the agenda for the third GBFF Council meeting. Thank you so much to everyone. Now we go to agenda item number 3, progress on programming for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. I will pass it over to my co-chair, Dauda, so he can chair this next agenda item. Dauda, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good afternoon from Gambia, and it's a pleasure to join you after certain challenges I have here. And going forward, as per the agenda item 03, that is progress on programming for the Global Biodiversity Fund, Framework Fund, I would like to invite Cheese Ayoki and Yuyi's Sampi. Jam, sorry for this morning, from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GBFF/C.03/03, progress on programming for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. So, Cheese, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce with my colleague, Jurgis Sapienskas, the document progress report on programming for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, the GBFF. Well, let me first start this presentation with an apology for the delays in making this document available to you. The reality is it could only be posted once the third GBFS selection round that the CEO and the executive secretary mentioned. We had to wait for the third selection round to be concluded. And we also wanted to notify all selected countries formally from the CEO before we posted this document. So that's with that apologies, let us present to you very briefly what progress we have been making. Next slide, please. The decision of the first GBFF Council in February triggered the opening of the first GBFF programming tranche, which made $211 million available for programming. After the opening of the first tranche, we organized 3 selection rounds, and results of the first selection round was notified in March. The results of the second selection round was notified in May, and the third selection round, the results were notified in December. As the figures show here, the 3 selection rounds afterwards, 127 submissions requesting a total of $443 million were received by the Secretariat. Based on the selection criteria, the portfolio level targets, and resource availability, the CEO approved 40 PPG requests in total and set aside resources for the corresponding project financing pending council approval. As a result, a total of $201.6 million, or 96% of the programming tranche of $211 million has been programmed, all in 2024 and in 10 months since the tranche opened. Next slide, please. So I have a couple of slides to summarize the third selection round, which concluded and notifications went out in early December. Details on the first 2 selection rounds were already presented to the second GBFF Council in June. So let's focus here on the PPG requests selected for the third round. The submission window for this round was open from August 8 to September 30th, 2024. And the selection round window was open longer than the first two selection rounds in response to the requests we received during council, but also in briefings to ensure that the countries had a longer period of time to submit their proposals. Notification to selected projects were sent by December 13th. As mentioned, 18 PPG requests have been approved, and those are covering 17 countries. And all 17 countries benefiting from the third selection round are accessing GBFF resources for the first time. And the list of countries you can see in this chart. 49% of the resources programmed in the third selection round are for 10 projects in 9 CIS and LDCs. Next slide, please. Now, this slide summarizes the agency distribution of the third selection round. The selected PPG requests, 18 PPG requests, involve 8 agencies, including 4 agencies that are accessing the GBFF for the first time. And we would also like to report back to you that the Share of Resources program through the international financial institutions is 37% for the third selection round. And the IFIs with approvals in this third selection round include the CAF, the World Bank, IFAD, and DBSA, Development Bank of South Africa, for projects in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Next slide, please. This map shows the 41 countries that have had at least one project or PPG requests approved in the first programming tranche of the GBFF. As the map shows, it includes 11 LDCs, 10 CIS, and 1 country that is both an LDCs and a CIS, that's Solomon Islands. Green dots on the map are showing countries with projects that already received green light for their implementation. White dots correspond to countries with projects currently under preparations as a result of the second selection round. Finally, the blue dots correspond to the third selection round. The progress bar at the bottom of the slide details the resources that have been programmed to date. It includes $5.4 million of PPG and associated fees that have already been approved by the CEO. $39 million of project financing and associated fees that have been approved by the council or by the CEO through delegated approvals. And these are the work program that went to the June GBFF Council for approval, as well as one more that was under $5 million. And $157 million that have been set aside pending approval of the projects in preparation. This notably includes funding for 10 projects above $5 million that will be presented to council in work programs in upcoming council meetings for a total of $91 million. And as you can see on the left, just to summarize one more time, we have received 127 PPG requests in the first programming tranche, 60 submitted by LDCs and CIS. We have approved 40 PPG requests, including 21 from the LDCs and CIS. These are benefiting 41 countries, including 22 LDCs and CIS, for a total of $201.6 million of GBFF financing, of which $73.3 million are going to support LDCs and CIS. Now I'm going to request my trusted colleague, Jurgis Sapianskas, to come in and give you further analysis and information on the portfolio.
Thank you very much, Chizuru, and good time of the day to all. It's my pleasure to continue this presentation with a deeper dive in the emerging portfolio of GBFF projects, looking first at regional distribution. Submissions shown on the left-hand side of this slide were received from all regions. So those are all submissions across the 3 selection rounds. The number of submissions was relatively balanced across the Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean regions. Europe and Central Asia submitted a very limited number of PPG requests so far. Collectively, SIDS and LDCs submitted about half of the PPG requests we received, representing about a third of the total funding requested in the first programming tranche. The level of balance across regions achieved after 3 selection rounds is shown on the right-hand side. It reflects the distribution of submissions and also the prioritization that was made to progress towards the portfolio level targets. The number of PPG requests approved for Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean is almost even, and 2 of the 3 proposals from Europe and Central Asia were approved. Looking at financial volume, the share of Latin America and the Caribbean is high compared to other regions. LAC is set to receive 43% of the funds programmed so far. This is mainly because 96% of the funding request in the first round was from Latin America, and the majority of funding requested through international financial institutions so far was from Latin America as well. Following the application of the selection criterion balance amongst regions that was agreed by the Council, the share for Latin America and the Caribbean decreased from 96% in the first round to 48% after round 2 and 43% as of today. As it was already presented, SIDS and LDCs are involved in about more than half of the approved PPG requests and are to receive 36% of the program resources. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the distribution across agencies. Submissions shown on the left-hand side were received from 14 out of the 18 GEF agencies. A few agencies concentrated the bulk of the submissions and the funding requested. UNDP was chosen by countries as implementing agency in 56% of the submissions, representing 45% of the total funding request. The 4 agencies that submitted the most, namely UNDP, FAO, WWF, and Conservation International, represented 86% of the submissions and 82% of the requested funding. International financial institutions, shown in green on this slide, were chosen as implementing agencies in 11% of the submissions, which represented about 11% of the funding requests in the first programming tranche. The application of the selection criteria and the portfolio level targets at each selection round led to the approval of 40 PPG requests submitted through 11 agencies. As shown on the right-hand side, no agency is to implement more than 23% of the program resources so far. Pending Council approval of fully developed projects, IFIs, International Financial Institutions, are to implement a total of 7 projects representing 20% of the program resources. Next slide. This was already covered at length, but let me detail a bit more on the 3 portfolio level targets that were set for the GBFF. While these targets have a longer time horizon and are not to be achieved for each programming tranche, we are happy to report that good progress has been made already in the first tranche. On the first target, that is the allocation of 36 plus 3% to SIDS and LDCs. The share currently stands at 36%. And progress towards the plus 3% portion is to be reviewed 3 years after ratification of the GBFF. As per the allocation policies, a full 39%, so 36 plus 3% of the resources available for programming since inception will be reserved for SIDS and LDCs during those first 3 years. The second target is the aspirational share of 20% by 2030 to support actions by IPLCs for biodiversity. The current share stands at 31%. It should be noted that the amounts allocated to support actions by IPLC may change during project development. So the Secretariat will continue to monitor and report to Council on the IPLC share throughout the project cycle, including during project implementation. The third target is the full 25% to be programmed through international financial institutions or GEF agencies. This share has increased significantly from 0% after the first round to 6% after the second and 20% today. The share remains below target mainly because of the modest number of and volume of submissions through IFIs so far. To date, 80% of the funding that was requested through IFI has been selected. That is 40 million out of 50 million. In comparison, across all agencies, around 45% of the total funding requested has been selected. Next slide, please. We anticipate strong contribution to the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets from this emerging portfolio of projects. As you can see, we expect strong contribution, especially on targets 1, 3, and 22. As PPG requests are a really streamlined concept, the project contribution to the GBF, to the framework itself, will likely evolve and be refined during project development. So we will provide detailed reporting to Council on the portfolio level contributions to the framework and the corresponding global environmental benefits based on fully developed projects in future Council documents. Next slide, please. Let's look at the future of GBFF programming. As agreed in the resource allocation policy, a new programming tranche is open every time an additional $250 million in pledges have been confirmed by the trustee, or 18 months have passed since the previous tranche was opened, whichever comes first. The pledge announced and confirmed since the opening of the first tranche total around $164 million to date. Accordingly, the second tranche will be open when additional pledges totaling around 86 million are made to the GBFF, or on August 9, 2025, whichever comes first. Resource mobilization is thus a key issue for the continued programming under the GBFF to support the timely implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And with that, I thank you and pass back the floor to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cheese and Unit, for this very informative and report. And I think I will take this opportunity to thank you and your team for a very good job, because I think within a short period of time, you are able to come up with very informative that can be shared to the Council to see where we are with respect to the GBFF. So on that note, I would like to now invite the council to look into questions or comments with respect to the presentation that has already been put to us by Cheese and her team. So the floor is open for any questions or comments with respect to the presentation, and I will ask the General Secretary to help in that process. So Naomi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. We will start by a written comment that I see in the chat from Ransom. Ransom is the Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities GBFF observer. So Ransom, if I may, I will convey your message as IPLC representative. So IPLC appreciates the efforts by the GEF in its operations to help speed up actions to make resources available for the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, including the one-step approach of approval by the CEO. IPLC would like to draw attention and reflect back on the busy days and sleepless nights before and during COP15 discussions, including the compromises made to arrive at the groundbreaking GBFF and decisions such as the creation of the GBFF under the GEF. IPLC recognizes with appreciations the contributions made to the GBFF fund. IPLC also underscores the whole of government and the whole of society approach and what this means in our imagination and which we would like it reflected in the GBFF ambition. Every party, IPLC, youth, and women envisaged a mechanism that reaches every country and every community at the grassroots. The reach of the project approved so far lower our ambition a little bit. We still have hopes that things are going to improve with, I think it's incomplete, but I will leave it there. Thank you for this comment. There is also a written comment from Karantan asking if the PowerPoint will be available online. And I will now give the floor to Richard. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. I wanted to firstly recognize and agree with the broader comments made in the opening remarks by Carlos Manuel and Astrid, that the work of the GEF to establish the GBSF so rapidly, it really just exemplifies the work of the GEF and the Secretariat to establish it and start delivering real results on the ground aligned with the broader objectives set out in the creation of the GBFF. It is I think a profoundly important result, and it's one that I think we should make efforts to further recognise. We welcome this third round of projects, noting it's 18 projects, 18 PPGs representing 91 million, bringing, as was mentioned in the presentation, a total of 96% of the 211 million. Of the 18 projects, two jump out to me in our region that highlight what the GBFF can really do and support around biodiversity, SIDS and IPLCs, and that's the Empowering Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities projects for sustainable management and conservation of critical ecosystems and improved biodiversity stewardship in PNG and Solomon Islands. These are both significant projects with significant co-financing, and really appreciate the work of FAO and the organisations in countries in pulling these projects together. But these are just two projects out of a range, the full range of 18 projects coming forward, which really just showcase what the GBFF can deliver. On the portfolio targets, I'd note the reference to the 36%. I think this is a tremendous outcome that we're being able to achieve 36%, but we haven't reached that 39% target, which is important. So I urge more proposals to be put forward and so we can actively and urgently progress towards that 39% target. I know that 21 countries, this is as of the second round, have already achieved their full allocation, including the Pacific. There's Fiji, Nauru, Palau, Samoa, Tonga, PNG, and Solomon Islands. So it really does highlight that it's going to become increasingly difficult for countries to achieve that target, given the full allocation is going to be reached. So I think we need to be strategic in working through how those targets are going to be achievable. I also note the 20% of the 25% target being achieved for portfolio target for IFIs. I think this is a positive result in heading in the right direction, but also slightly disappointing that we haven't been able to achieve that 25% objective. And I think want to reinforce just how important it is for the IFIs to have an active role in the GBFF as it progresses forward. And lastly, I wanted to, well, not lastly, I also wanted to highlight, recognise the 31% achievement against the 20% portfolio target for Indigenous peoples and local communities. I think this is a fantastic result, and it recognises the true intention of the GBFF in directing resources to biodiversity and environmental outcomes, working through Indigenous peoples and local communities. I do have a question though in relation to that, whether or not there's further information and disaggregation, which is potentially quite useful for us. First of all, whether there's disaggregation of the financial support going through versus for IPLCs. And secondly, whether there's a differentiation in support going to Indigenous peoples and to that of local communities. I think these are all important things that have come up in discussions over the course of the establishment of the GBFF and subsequently, but I recognise that information is not available just yet. But I wanted to see if that is available even in indicative form. Lastly, I wanted to draw attention back to the discussion we had, I can't remember whether it was yesterday or the day before. Time flies when you're sitting up until 4 in the morning. Back to the agenda item 5 on streamlining, including the standardization of GBFF and GEF project documents and the evaluation of the GBFF following piloting the progress and full implementation cycle and application to the GEF. I just want to make sure we bring those two elements together. I know that's not explicitly covered in this agenda item, but I wanted to remind the Secretariat that's something we should be looking at as we're considering the programming and the way in which the GBFF is operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Martín, tienes la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias, Noemí. Buen día y buenas tardes a todos. En primer lugar, quisiera sumarme a todos los que expresaron su satisfacción y sus felicitaciones a todos los que trabajaron para la operacionalización del fondo y que hicieron que el GBFF esté trabajando a toda máquina en tan poco tiempo. Muchas gracias por la presentación y nuestras felicitaciones a todos los proyectos incluidos en esta ronda de selección. Yo quisiera insistir en algo que ya mencionamos en nuestro anterior consejo y es algo relacionado con la importancia de una mejora en la comunicación entre el fondo y los países. En sus palabras introductorias, el CEO mencionó la importancia de la mejora constante, ¿no? Que el GEF mejore su proceso y que el GBFF es parte de eso y que incluso algunas de las enseñanzas del GBFF se aplicarán a una mejora en el GEF, como por ejemplo la aprobación en un solo paso. Creemos a este respecto que el aprendizaje puede o debe ser ida y vuelta, es decir, tomar elementos del GEF que funcionan muy bien y aplicarlas al GBFF, y una de ellas es la comunicación. Para la constituency que represento es clave mejorar la comunicación del GBFF. A ver, porque hay países de nuestra región que presentaron proyectos que no fueron aprobados en esta ronda de selección y el problema es que no recibieron ningún tipo de devolución, de feedback respecto al por qué la inclusión o la no inclusión, perdón. E incluso en algunos casos fue la segunda vez que presentaban el mismo proyecto, es decir, se presentó en la primera ronda de selección o en la segunda, no fue incluido, no hubo una explicación, el PFO junto con la agencia trabajaron para mejorarlo sin saber muy bien qué modificar y ahora sucede lo mismo. E incluso en un caso se presentó por primera vez un proyecto con una agencia y la segunda con otra agencia, con una agencia diferente, con el mismo resultado. A ver, y que se entienda bien, el asunto no es que se apruebe o no el proyecto, estamos, como dije, felices con los proyectos que se seleccionaron. Creemos que son todos muy valiosos y todos tendrán un gran impacto positivo y hay muchos de nuestra región. En la presentación que hizo la Secretaría eso queda claro. El asunto es el por qué, el saber qué tiene que mejorar un proyecto para poder ser seleccionado, o si no es de interés, para no volverlo a presentar y pensar en otros proyectos, o si es una cuestión de disponibilidad de fondos, si el proyecto queda en lista a la espera de una nueva ronda de selección. Lo que queremos o lo que buscamos es mejorar el intercambio entre los países que presentan proyectos y la Secretaría para conocer los criterios de aceptación o los fundamentos de rechazo y así clarificar el curso de acción para ese proyecto. Y con esto finalizo. Espero que haya quedado claro. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Martín. I'll now give the floor to Anna, and then we will break to give Jurgis and Chi some time to respond before we continue with the list of speakers. So, Anna, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Noemi. On behalf of the non-LDC SIDS, I would like to make a statement on the previous council, LDCF and SCCF matter to express gratitude for the generous new pledges made by the UK and Germany for the SCCF A window. We also appreciate the strong SCCF work program that was approved yesterday. We just like to note that our LDC SIDS, non-LDC SIDS colleagues are encountering natural and infrastructure vulnerability challenges. Samoa had experienced heavy rain yesterday, so was connected. Vanuatu couldn't join because of the 7.3 magnitude earthquake that happened, and then Samoa also is experiencing internet outage in their country. So on the progress on programming for GBFF, our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for approving 6 proposals under the second selection round and 2 proposals under the third selection round of the first tranche. While some countries of our constituency resubmitted their rejected proposals from the second selection round, the enhanced proposals were not again considered or included in the third selection round. So we would appreciate provision of feedback mechanism to inform countries on the reasons for exclusion and guidance to enhance the proposals and be eligible for GBFF funding. We also wish to convey that the approved proposals for PPG phase to be submitted to the GEF Secretariat by February 9, 2025, or within 9 months of the PPG approval, have yet to start the PPG activities. So in relation to this, request for extension for the submission of the full proposal have been submitted to the GFCAO, implying the force majeure condition, whose primary reason is the delayed, completion of the financial procedure agreement between the IAs and the GBFF. It was noted in the document that no fully developed project from the second selection round had been submitted to the GEF Secretariat. So perhaps this is a manifestation that the 9-month period allocation for GBFF proposal submission may not be enough under the first tranche due to the rigorous discussion of the IAs on the GBFF FPA as against the internal policy for its execution. Hence, our constituency would like to propose the issuance of a one-time instruction to provide an automatic extension of up to 3 months, considering the barely 1 month left on the deadline for the submission of the full GBFF proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your intervention on behalf of the Pacific SIDS constituency. Now let's give some time to Jurgis and Chis to address his comments and questions. So Jurgis, back to
you. Sure, thank you, Naomi. Chisora, you want to go first, maybe?
Yeah, sure, I can go first and leave all the difficult questions to you. I'm just kidding. First and foremost, thanks very much to all the council members as well as observers for very strong support expressed for the GBFF. We have been working very hard, and I think it's a testament to the engagement of countries as well as agencies, not just the GEF Secretariat, with an intention to really use the GBFF to address the country priorities, and this is reflected in the number of submissions that we have received so far. So In terms of some of the comments made, Germany made a comment about the only 4 projects coming have so far come in, and I think Anna, representing the non-LDC Pacific CIS, also made the comment about the certain delays. There is an element of the delays in getting the financial procedure agreements signed by some, but not all agencies. And we do understand the trustee. This is a matter between the agency and the trustee, not the GEF Secretariat. But we are monitoring the situation, and we are aware that for the number of the countries that are facing the situation of not the agency not being able to move forward because their financial procedure agreement is not signed, we have started to receive the request for the one-time extension. So we are actually looking into those and making appropriate decisions to respond with a view to not to penalize countries, but really make sure that the project cycle policy can also be followed as agreed. Thank you for comments from Richard. And we do also have encouraged the CIS and LDCs to submit proposals, as you have seen in the third selection round. And we're very happy that we are with this third selection round and for the portfolio as a whole, we have gotten to the 36%. And we will continue to make additional efforts with outreach to the LDCs and CIS and actually all countries, and really to realize that the 3% that's in there in the originally agreed portfolio target. And then there was also comment regarding the bringing the GBFF lessons learned into the streamlining agenda item that we had a lot of time to discuss during the council meeting. And yes, there are certain lessons learned, as well as the reflections of the project cycle, as well as the innovative nature of the GBFF. And the more we make progress in the programming, as well as implementation, I think the more relevant those lessons would be, because we would have a larger number of PPG requests, as well as agencies and countries to help inform the streamlining conversation. And we do also recognize it's a two-way street, as you said. Martine, thank you for raising very key issues. I'm actually going to ask Jurgis to respond on the question about the communication back to the countries on the specifics of the project PPG request coming in. On your comment more broadly on the importance of communication, we do recognize this as a key element. We have done what we could with the limited number of staff we have had so far to have numerous webinars, information, and so on and so forth. But we do recognize that we can do a lot more in terms of getting the awareness of what the GBFF is about and how the countries can access the resources and how they go about doing that. And just to highlight that we are expecting a senior communication officer, external affairs officer, to come on board for the GBFF, hopefully in March. And having that person on board, I think, will also help us to really reinforce the communication, as well as outreach and external affairs type priorities that we do realize is very important. And I hope I answered the question from Anna, that we are looking at the requests for extension coming from individual countries and agencies, and we're processing them as expeditiously as we can. So at this point, I'm going to request Jurgis to come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shizuru. And maybe just to complement your response to Richard on the SIDS and LDC share, indeed, there are a few LDCs and SIDS that have reached their maximum in the first tranche. But when we open the second tranche, their maximum increases as well. So they will be able to resubmit project. And from what we have learned in terms of SIDS and LDC submission in this first tranche, we are really expecting to be able to meet the full 39% with no difficulty in our experience of the submission and what we have seen so far. And Martin, thank you very much for the question. Let me just take a step back and re-explain that we are all learning this new process in the GBFF that is indeed different from the GEF Trust Fund. In the GBFF, it was decided to have a competitive process. So we have really emphasized the fairness in making sure we provide the same level of information to all countries and all agencies, and have avoided to enter into one-to-one detailed discussion on a specific concept to ensure that it was a level playing field. But we hear the concern about communication. We will continue to do what we have done with agency, that is doing webinars open to all agencies to provide feedback across all the proposals on what we have seen as good practices or misinterpretation of the programming direction, and we'll continue to do that, but providing the same information to all. And for countries, we hear the message and we'll work on providing more feedback to inform you, and we're of course always available to discuss. But again, this is a process that is competitive. It's not like the GEF Trust Fund where we can enter into a detailed back and forth on reviews on specific proposal to improve them. And the main response for many, and I know many countries and many projects were rejected. We approved 40. It means that 87 were not selected. So there are many, and for many, the main reason is the resource availability. Many good projects were not selected because we don't have the resources to approve everything we receive. Obviously, within those that were not selected, they were on some criteria less strong than the ones that were selected, but overall, for many proposals, it's resource availability. And just a final clarification, the system that has been set up, it's competitive on each round, so there is no priority, there is no wait list, there is no pipeline. So even if you submitted before, it doesn't mean you have priority in the next selection round. We reanalyze every proposal based on the selection criteria as if it was a first submission. Let me clarify that. And thank you again for all the words of support.
Thank you very much, Chisa and Jurgis. So going back to the list of speakers, Yoko, you're first. You have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. And I'd like to echo the previous speakers in congratulating the successful selection of the project so far. Japan appreciates the steady progress of the GBFF programming. We appreciate the GEF Secretariat's efforts to swiftly conduct the third call for proposals and prepare the report in time for the third GBFF Council. At the last council meeting, we requested to be mindful about the regional balance, and we are glad to see that after the third call, the balance has been improved. We would like to request the Secretariat to continue to pay attention to the regional balance as well as the project governance while screening as swiftly as possible. We commend the status of portfolio level targets as the SIDS and LDCs allocation achieved the minimal 36%. And the IPLC support is much higher than aspirational 20%. The ratio of IFI projects is now 20%, but we expect further applications from IFIs to achieve the 25% target, while paying attention to the regional balance as well. We would also like to reiterate again the importance of extending invitation to private sector or philanthropies, as the rigorous resource mobilization cannot be achieved without their contribution. And that is the main reason for setting up the GBFF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoko. Laura, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Noemi. Yeah, we also wanted to show our support to the Secretariat and congratulate you for the speedy allocation of resources from this fund. And of course, we also welcome the new pledges made to the fund during the CBD COP16 in Cali, especially the first subnational level contribution. And this is very important signal that this fund can attract funding also from non-traditional sources. It is also very good that the fund is well on track regarding the 3 portfolio level targets. even though the MDB IFI target was still rather somewhat lower. The Secretariat mentioned in our last GBFF Council meeting that you are starting the outreach towards the potential non-sovereign donors. And Carlos Manuel shortly touched upon this topic in his opening remarks. And we, of course, appreciate very much this outreach work that you are doing. I just wanted to ask if there are any updates on this work or any feedback that you can share with us at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Garth, representing Canada, floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi, and hi, colleagues. Really appreciate this update. As the largest donor to the fund, Canada continues to be a strong supporter of the GBFF, and we're grateful to others who made additional contributions at COP16. At the risk of tripping up the interpreters, I'll just say one part of my intervention in French. Le Canada remercie en particulier le gouvernement du d'être le premier contributeur dans ce fonds et également de rejoindre le groupe consultatif des contributeurs non souverains. Did everyone catch that? I was hearing maybe that the sound had disappeared. Okay, good.
Yeah, Garth, you
I'll
were,
keep going.
we did not hear you clearly. So if you could repeat because the internet was cutting a bit.
Oh, sure. No problem. I was just recognizing the government of Quebec for its contribution and giving them a special thanks as a subnational government in Canada. So, I just to carry on, definitely continue to encourage all countries in a position to do so, to contribute to the fund. And then we would also echo comments that have been made from others for, private and philanthropic sectors. We think that the swift establishment, capitalization, and approval of projects by the GBFF is really positive and an important step to supporting the implementation of the KMGBF. And maybe just a few reflections on the portfolio targets. Others have made good comments. I think, there's a positive story here to tell across the board. Appreciate the questions and the answers that were already provided about support for SIDS and LDCs. Noted also, remarks by others about some remaining work to be done, but a positive direction of travel on MDBs and IFIs. And I want to come back to a question that Richard posed earlier, which I think is really important. And apologies if I missed it, but I don't think I heard a response from the Secretariat. So I think, we're really pleased that the target for Indigenous peoples and local communities has been surpassed. That's a great story. And just to reiterate Richard's question, which we think is really important from a Canadian perspective as well, is just to inquire if there's a possibility to have disaggregated data between Indigenous peoples and local communities, because we think that distinction is very meaningful. Thanks. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Garth. I'll now give the floor to Catalina, who is the GBFF observer representing philanthropic and conservation organizations. Catalina, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to recall that we appreciate all the efforts that GBF has made to fastly operate and guarantee the allocation of resources, achieving, as my colleagues previously highlight, the two targets criteria agreed by the parties for the GBF, which are tremendous outcomes. On the basis of the information provided to observers by the Secretariat in the document of this agenda item, we would like to highlight three main points. To begin with, we would like to start by congratulating this aspirational target to support IPLC up to 31%. Given the critical role of IPLC in halting biodiversity loss and increasing gains in nature, it is very important to continue to push for this aspirational target in future tranches. COP16 not only highlight the importance of further strengthening the role of IPLC in conservation, but also of securing direct funding by ensuring a framework of human rights, governance, and knowledge ownerships. Therefore, we suggest evaluating the degree of involvement of IPLC in the implementation of these approved projects and their capacity to influence the management of resources, and to report to the Council on progress in this area to facilitate decision-making and coherence with the discussion and decisions of COP16. Secondly, it will be relevant for the GEF Secretariat to further identify the reasons for the low appetite of IFIs for project submissions in the first round, as well as to report for the next GBFF Council meeting how much of this project represent additional financing through loans and blended finance, which was one of the reasons that led to the agreement of this target according to Decision 6 of the 64th GEF Council meeting on the programming decisions for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. And finally, we want to obviously congratulate this additional funding and to thanks donors that support these new pledges in the COP16s, but obviously there is a lack of additional resources for opening the new tranche for programming, which is a concern in the context of urgency of action and the vision that is needed to reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. So we know for DOP that this point will be recommended and strengthened by the advisory group and the actuary body, but it will be relevant to know the strategies that the fund has devised to mobilize more resources, particularly considering innovative mechanisms. Thank you very much to give me the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Catalina. We will now continue with Aitor, GBFF observer representing the youth, and then we will go back to the Secretariat for some reactions to these comments. So, Aitor, floor.
Hello, everyone. I represent youth observers and speak on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We welcome and also celebrate the outcomes, the progress, and the preliminary results of the first program tranche of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. And we express our gratitude to donor countries and to Quebec for their contributions. And we emphasize the urgency of securing additional and new funding, encourage more countries to do so, as well as non-sovereignty contributors. While acknowledging progress, we would like to also highlight two important concerns regarding the current GBFF programming. First, if the GBFF's goal is to support the GBF, all targets must be addressed in a balanced and comprehensive manner. We kindly recommend that future programming cycles prioritize and consider as selection criteria those GBF underrepresented targets so far. We particularly call attention for the completely project analysis to cover information regarding how selected projects have been designed to deliver gender responsive and intergenerational equity outcomes. This would ensure alignment with Target 22, Target 23, and the Section C of the GBF, which address cross-cutting aspects of implementation, including human rights-based approaches and the recognition of different value systems. Second, concerning the aspirational 20% to support actions by and engagement with indigenous peoples and local communities, we echo and highlight the insufficient transparency and details in the current analysis of this first program tranche. The only mention is the total amount of funding, with no disaggregation information on which projects are included, how funds will be used, or how indigenous peoples and local communities and women and youth within those communities have been meaningfully engaged and included in decision-making. We also, in this aspect, urge a call for a definition and an improvement of the criteria that clarifies what qualifies for aspirational funding to support and engage with indigenous peoples and local communities. These groups must participate fully and effectively in determining what and how resources are being allocated to their own communities and territories. We kindly count on Council to support these improvements. Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Now let's go back to the secretariat. I don't know, Jurgis, who's taking the floor first to address these questions, but you have the floor. Jurgis, okay. Jurgis, floor is yours.
Thanks, Naomi. We're keeping you on your toes. We're alternating. And apologies, Richard, for having missed the response. So the question was on more disaggregated information, the financial flow to support actions by IPLCs. At that stage, at this stage in our plans, we have not planned to disaggregate the exact financial flow further, distinguishing IPs from local communities. What we are doing, and it will respond to part of Aitor's question as well from the youth representative. What we have currently are mainly PPG requests that on purpose were very streamlined so that everything would be faster in terms of submission. So obviously the information is scarce at this stage, and we are asking for much more information in the fully developed proposals. So once we have those where we specifically ask what is the engagement with IPLC, where the beneficiaries exactly, or the IPLC that are empowered, engaged in the project, and what is their responsibility? Are they part of the project steering committee? Are they receiving and managing the funds? Or are they beneficiaries of service or goods upon priorities they have selected, but they are not handling the funds themselves? We are asking this detail in the fully developed proposal, and we'll be able to report back on that based on the portfolio of fully developed proposal. At this stage, we cannot, because we decided to streamline as much as possible the PPG requests submission so that we can have this fast programming as a first step. So we understand the frustration of having just a figure at this stage, but we will be able to report in much more detail after that. Now, if the council wants to go further and have us to disaggregate the specific amount itself, we would have to look into this and have a clear direction from the council that they want us to go further into the ability to report on the financial flows with much more detail, which will entail more monitoring and reporting burden on each project, obviously, but it's something we could look into if the council decided for us to do so. I will address the other concern from the youth representative on the fact that not all targets are addressed in a balanced manner at this stage. The programming directions are wide enough to support the breadth of the framework, but then the specific projects are the result of the country priorities and what they consider are the priorities in the use of GBFF resources for the implementation of the framework. We have shown only what is the result of the selection process, but it mirrors more or less what we receive in terms of submissions on the areas and the targets that have been prioritized so far. And the selection criteria and how we select PPG requests does not include the need to have a balance. We respect the country priorities in the programming, and so it reflects what we receive as submissions, in addition to the technical merits of each proposal we select. And with that, I will pass it back to you, Chiz, to complement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jurgis. Just a couple of additional inputs. There was a question, I think, in terms of the relatively I guess observation of the low appetite of IFIs. If you look at the evolution of the agency participation from the first, the second to the third selection round, we have noticed an increasing number of initiatives being submitted from IFIs. And for the third one, we clearly indicated there will be priorities for the LDCs and SIDs as well as IFIs. And I think, as a matter of fact, we are seeing an increased uptake in the interest for the IFIs to submit proposals. That said, as Jurgis said, we are seeing quite a bit of regional differentiation, in a sense that Latin America, we're seeing a lot more IFI submissions, whereas others were not necessarily getting them. And I should also highlight that as of now, 80% funding requested through the IFIs have been selected. Across all the agencies, it's at the rate of about 45%. So there is clearly an effort on the Secretariat part to work with the countries to ensure we can move towards meeting the portfolio level targets all across the three key portfolio, but particularly on the IFIs, in light of the very low IFI share that we saw at the second selection round. So I think this is a point that we have. We will need to continue to have outreach with the countries as well as IFIs, and to monitor and continue to report back to the council on how we're doing. And I think that's the point that I think there were a lot of concerns raised during the last council, and I think it's good to see that we're moving in the right direction. I think positive direction of travel, as I think Canada indicated. So we will stop here, and back to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Jorge Sanchez. I will now give the floor to Ben. Floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi. And firstly, just to say many thanks to Jorge Sanchez for the presentation on this item. And also more broadly to also support the whole of the GEF Secretariat and Carlos Manuel in the speed of getting the GBF up and running and programming resources. Like Canada, the UK is a strong supporter of the GBFF, and at the COP16 very well attended GEF hosted event, the UK Environment Minister pledged an additional 45 million to help finance the next round of projects that will contribute to achieving the goals and targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework and protect and restore biodiversity, especially in countries with high levels of biodiversity and those countries in greatest need. This brings the UK's contribution to GBFF in total to date to £55 million. We welcome the progress report and programming for the GBFF, in particular the data provided in funding approval projects against the 8 GBFF action areas. It was good to see that all these action areas have at least one approved PPG with resources programmed. As many of us have already said, it's really encouraging to see the significant share of support to supporting action by IPLCs, significantly exceeding that 20% target. Thanks also to the comments by you, Chiz, just now on the IFI projects coming forward and some of the reasons behind that. But we very much align between what Richard and Yamato said in terms of the IFI progress, which is going in the right direction. However, we certainly would encourage IFIs to bring forward more projects. It's encouraging, Chiz, that you said that you think that is going to happen. Finally, as Gareth has already said, we would encourage donors and other non-sovereign contributors to contribute to the GBFF to make up that shortfall of, I think it was $86 million as soon as possible, so we can move forward with the second tranche of programming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'll now give the floor to Joseph, who is the GBFF observer representing philanthropic and conservation organizations. Joseph, floor is yours. Joseph, I believe we cannot hear you. Well, if not, we can continue with the list of speakers, Joseph, and let us know when we're ready, and I'll give you the floor right away. Emily, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. And also many thanks to Jurgis and to Chiz for the presentation. Echoing others, we also want to congratulate everyone for all the work in setting up the GBFF in such a record time. And as a demonstration of our support to the fund, Denmark and Norway announced contributions to the GBFF in Cali. So we are pleased to see the interest from recipient countries and also the results achieved so far. Our constituency welcomes the progress report, and overall we're happy to see the good progress towards the portfolio level targets. And while we're still a bit behind on the target set for IFI programming, we note that the current level is already higher compared to the GEF portfolio, and we hope that with the current trend, we can reach the 25% target with the coming work programs. And like others, we would also urge the Secretariat to continue engaging with potential non-sovereign donors, particularly the private sector and philanthropies, to contribute to the GBFF and enable the opening of the next tranche. And finally, we also just wanted to echo our support to the request raised by Canada and others on having more disaggregated data on IPLCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Now let's see if we can go back to Joseph. I don't know if you managed to unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. Okay, so we will continue with the list of speakers. Sophia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi, colleague. Continuing this celebration mode that we're having today, so we would like to congratulate all parties involved, the Secretariat, council members, Cheese also for the presentation, and Nergis for also answering all the questions we have. We have seen the swift operationalization of the fund is definitely a notable achievement. We commend this effort, and we have to continue along these lines. So we're very happy to see the performance of the GBFF, and we're very happy about that. So it was impressive to see that we had 127 submissions to the GBFF, 40 PPGs approved. This also shows, and along the lines of what Laura was mentioning just before me, the huge interest that recipient countries have, not only in applying to this fund, but also on implementing the Kunming-Montreal framework, which is the purpose the GBFF serves. So we would like to highlight the critical importance of this fund and the need also to further increase the capitalization so that we can move forward and continue supporting the wide diverse of projects and very good initiatives out there that will enable the GBF, the framework to, like the GB framework, to really be a reality and to translate this ambition into concrete impact. So we hope that we will continue there. We're particularly pleased with this work program. We have, as Colombia, one of the projects that will be implemented by the CAF, titled Biomangler: Empowering Collective Territories Through Conservation, Sustainable Use, and Restoration of Mangrove Ecosystems to contribute to Colombia's national biodiversity strategy. Carlos Manuel already alluded to this project in his opening remarks, but we would like to stress how important it is for us, not only because of the restoration of mangrove ecosystems, but also because of the recognition of the Afro-Colombian communities that are so important for us, since they are for a long time the guardians of nature in Colombia. They have also keep that ancestral connection to the land and are crucial stewards of biodiversity, along with other very important also indigenous populations in Colombia and local communities. So we pretty much support and think that this is a milestone in the approval of this project. So we would also like to express or voice the concerns of some of also our constituency members, that I think that Martin also already alluded to these, because we are finding situations in which there are several projects that have been proposed for consideration. They have not been approved. Sometimes they have been left kind of on a gray zone, and there is a very little understanding of why they have not been approved. So the Secretariat already alluded to these, but it's good for countries to be able to also learn from the experience and be able to maybe in future tranches and opportunities to put forward new projects that will also contribute to the implementation of the GBF. So that being said, we also are a little bit concerned about the agency concentration we are seeing here. So we would also like to ask the Secretariat about agency concentration in the GBFF. This is something that we have been extensively discussing about in the framework of the discussions of the previous council we have had throughout this week. So we would also like to see what your insights and perspectives are about these particular issues here. And also calling for further capitalization of the fund. We are starting to see a lot of impact. We're seeing how the SWIFT move forward. It will bring us to really important achievements. So thank you very much, and we would like to leave it there. And thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sofía. Abby, the floor is.
Thank you to the Secretariat and to colleagues for this progress report. I think as I am coming in quite late, many colleagues have raised the issues that we wanted to raise. We do want to commend the efforts that you've been making to meet the targets that were set out, including the support to SIDS and LDCs in the first programming tranche. We appreciate that work on some of the other targets, such as the resources to IFIs are a work in progress, but obviously, as we've seen from the submissions, you can't, you can't meet targets if you're not getting strong submissions from the agencies. And, I think it's we all need to take the approach of this type of programming, and the style is an experiment, and we need to learn on the operational aspects of it and other aspects of it as we go along. But we look forward to doing that. But we think that you really have done a really excellent job in terms of making this operational quickly and doing some innovative projects. So we appreciate the work that's gone into it on everyone's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby. I would like to give the floor to Samantha, who is representing the Caribbean constituency. Samantha, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Noemi. Caribbean SIDS joins other council members in congratulating the GBFF. We also wish to congratulate the Latin American and Caribbean region for successful project proposals. However, we wish to clarify that of the 41 countries, only 4 Caribbean SIDS from this region have been successful with project approval. In that regard, we call for better balance in approvals, especially given the limited and competitive nature of the fund. Secondly, we join other council members to request more timely feedback on projects that have been rejected, as this feedback will impact our continued ability as SIDS to make more technically sound submissions as we move to successive programming tranches. We wish to remind our GBFF colleagues that SIDS are already facing severe human resource constraints, and preparing these projects place additional burdens and strain on us. We fear that if the selection process is not done in a more efficient way, it will serve as a deterrent to some SIDS to develop proposals for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. We will continue with Ramón. Tienes la palabra, Ramón.
Gracias, Noemí. Voy a ser muy breve porque ya se ha comentado muchas de las cuestiones, pero sí, bueno, quería dar las gracias por la presentación. valorar el progreso que se ha hecho en la programación del Fondo del Marco Global de Biodiversidad. Mucho hemos andado y hace poco del Consejo de Brasilia y vemos que el fondo está operativo. Quería hacerme eco un poco de ya lo han comentado varios, pero la cuestión que comentaba Martín, en el sentido de mejorar la comunicación, que los proyectos tengan un claro feedback de la Secretaría en términos de criterios, posibles mejoras, de cara a futuros procesos de selección. Y esto creo que debemos valorarlo en el sentido de que muestra interés por parte de este grupo de países que representan en participar en el proceso. Sobre el tercer proceso, en la presentación, las cifras que vemos sobre el tercer proceso de selección, 91 millones de dólares. Vemos que un 24% de los recursos van a UNDP. No voy a ahondar en ello, pero quizá en este fondo que estamos ahora iniciando la andadura, pues empezar a solventar la cuestión de la concentración, pues es oportuno. Pero lo que quería valorar era que la segunda, el segundo eslabón en esos recursos programados van dirigidos hacia CAF. Quería valorarlo como un banco regional, un banco que está trabajando, que quiere ser un banco verde en la región. Creo que recoge un 22% de los recursos en este tercer proceso de selección y lidera un poco el grupo de las IFIs en cuanto a recursos programados. Pues simplemente eso. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Un instant, oui. Donc, je vais essayer d'être rapide puisque les collègues ont déjà tout dit. Tout d'abord, pour remercier vivement les équipes, en commençant par Carlos Manuel, Chizuru, Yorgis et tout le secrétariat pour l'excellent travail accompli. Les féliciter pour leur réactivité, leur efficacité. Non seulement l'argent ne dort pas au GBFF, puisque les fonds ont été alloués, ont été engagés très très rapidement, mais en plus, la plupart des cibles de portefeuille sont en passe d'être atteintes. Alors bien sûr, tout n'est pas parfait, on a déjà signalé les quelques écarts aux objectifs, mais j'ai trouvé les explications fournies par le secrétariat convaincantes et encourageantes. Dans ce contexte, la France se félicite d'avoir été en mesure d'annoncer sa première contribution en marge de Cali, une contribution modeste qui complète la contribution massive que nous avions réalisée à GEF 8, le précédent cycle. Et à ce titre, je voudrais rappeler deux choses. La première, c'est que, comme cela a été dit également, il est important à court terme que nous puissions compléter la seconde tranche dès que possible. Et en ce sens, j'appelle tous les bailleurs, enfin tous les pays en mesure de contribuer, de le faire. Et j'invite le secrétariat à redoubler d'efforts pour mobiliser des contributions non souveraines. Mais l'idée sur laquelle je voudrais terminer et que je voudrais ajouter sur la table, c'est qu'à moyen et long terme, le plus important, de mon point de vue, c'est que nous discutions entre nous et nous interrogions sur le partage du travail entre le GBFF et le GEF Main Trust Fund, et donc sur le partage aussi, vu des bailleurs, le partage des contributions entre ces deux trust funds. Je pense que c'est une discussion qu'il faudra que nous ayons dans le contexte de GEF 9. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. Now I would like to give some minutes to see if Joseph is back. If not, Joseph, you can also put your comments in the chat and I will gladly read that. For now, this concludes our list of speakers. So I'll give the floor back to Jorgis and Chis to respond to them. Jorgis, Chis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. This time I'm going to go first, followed by Jorgis. Thank you to mostly very positive feedback as well as appreciation of the work done by the countries and agencies as well as the Secretariat. We really appreciate the acknowledgement. So there was a couple of specific questions, not in any order of importance or chronological order. Ramon raised a question of, and I guess it was a point about the agency share and distribution for the third selection round, as well as how it's playing out in the during the first tranche. We have actually provided a data on agency distribution across the three selection rounds, and you will, as presented, there is not a single agency that is hitting the 30% ceiling that was discussed during the GEF 8 policy recommendations. The highest share so far has been 23%, followed by 21%. And obviously for the IFIs as a group, for the first programming tranche, we are at 20%. So I do think that as of now, after three selection rounds, more agencies are getting engaged in the programming, and there seems to be a balance in terms of the approved PPG requests, so that we can strive towards meeting the portfolio level targets for IFIs, but also ensuring that there is a balanced approach across the agencies. So I wanted to highlight that, and thank you also for Ramon as well as Sophia for identifying the engagement of CAF. We're very excited to see the CAF's engagement in the portfolio, and particularly in this Colombia proposal, and also to recognize the important element raised by Sophia on the Colombia project and the engagement of Afro-Colombian community, as well as the indigenous populations. And we do also realize that this was one of the key outcomes that was came out of the COP16 in Colombia about the recognition of the Afro-descendants. So we're very happy that there is good alignment with the priorities that have been discussed within the CBD context, as well as the projects that we can support moving forward. So thank you, Stefan, for raising a key issue of the need for us to continue to mobilize additional resources so that the second tranche can start as soon as possible. We will engage in additional outreach. Just to update you, we are expecting to make a final decision on a senior person to really work on the resource mobilization for the GBFF. And hopefully that by the time we have the next council, we can actually report on how we're doing on that front in a more comprehensive manner. And this is also touching upon the question that was raised by Laura from Finland, as well as Yoko from Japan. And your final comment, Stefan, about the issue of burden sharing between GBFF and GEF Trust Fund, and this is an issue to be brought up in the replenishment. If I may, I think there is a whole value addition of GEF as a family of funds, and obviously that includes the GEF Trust Fund and GBFF, but there is also the other funds related to climate adaptation, LDCF and SCCF, and together I think there is a great value proposition that the GEF can make. But how we go about financing those in an adequate manner, obviously is something that I do think that deserves additional discussion among the recipients as well as other partners. So I'm going to request Iris to come in here to address other comments that I may have missed.
Thank you, Chisholm. I think you covered almost all perfectly. I would just add that the message that we need to strengthen our communication to countries has been received loud and clear, and we'll work on that in ways that maintain the integrity of the competitive process. It's really important for the entire system that there is a level playing field across agencies and countries when they submit projects, and that we don't have an unbalanced approach to advising more some countries than others. So we will definitely work on that, and the message is well received. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both Chis and Georgis, for your good replies and comments. This concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see in the chat. So back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Naomi, for that, and then also the contribution and comments from council members. And I think we've heard what they said. Actual majority of them actually support, and then with further observations. And I think at this point, maybe we can now go into conclude this aspect. And in that, can I invite the council members to adopt the decision that is included in the document GBF/C0303. I see no one, so the decision is adopted. Thank you very much, and then we look forward to fruitful engagement as you progress in this aspect. So further to that, I think we are now going to agenda item 04, which is progress report on the advisory groups and auxiliary bodies. In that, I would also like to invite Razan Nimi from GEF Secretariat to introduce document JBFF/C/03/04, progress report on the advisory groups and the auxiliary bodies. So Razan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hope you can all hear me very well.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to present the progress report on the advisory group and auxiliary body for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. And sorry. So as you may recall, at its second meeting, the GBFF Council approved the decision regarding the terms of reference for the advisory groups and the auxiliary body for the GBFF. And the Council also requested the Secretariat to make provisions to establish the advisory group of non-sovereign participant and the auxiliary body, and to report to the third GBFF Council on progress made on their establishment. So next slide, please. So I will start by presenting the update made in regards to the progress on the establishment of the advisory group. As you sorry. So as a reminder, the objective of the advisory group of non-sovereign participants is to provide technical advice to the GBFF Council and the Secretariat on the engagement of non-sovereign contributors in the support of the implementation of the GBFF objectives, as well as on the implementation of the programming directions of the GBFF as requested by the Council. Next slide, please. So in terms of the establishment of the advisory group, paragraph 15 of the terms of reference states that all non-sovereign contributors to the GBFF may join the advisory group on a voluntary basis. And each non-sovereign contributor has an option to become a member of the advisory group upon acceptance by the trustee of its contribution after successful completion of the due diligence review. The TOR also states that the establishment of the advisory group becomes effective upon the confirmation of contribution from at least one non-sovereign participant. So accordingly, with the confirmation of Province of Quebec confirming its contribution on October 25th, as well as confirming its interest to become a member, then the advisory group becomes effective. Next slide, please. On the composition of the advisory group, paragraph 14 of the approved council document states that, and I will read, the council may decide to modify the advisory group composition to include non-contributors that may have relevant expertise and insights to inform the advisory group deliberations and the council. The The Council may decide on the categories of additional members and their selection and due diligence process from the third meeting of the GBF Council. Next slide, please. So based on this, and as some Council members voiced interest to expand the composition of the advisory group during the first and the second GBFF Council meeting, the GEF COO on October 16 requested the Council to provide inputs on the composition of the GBFF advisory group, and in particular requested inputs on the categories of additional non-contributing members that may have relevant expertise and insights. And also the GEF COO invited suggestions on the due diligence process for including non-contributing members. Next one. So comments received from 5 constituencies on the composition of the advisory group in response to the request from the GEF COO. And there were divergent views among the constituencies, as some supported the inclusion of non-contributing members in the advisory group, noting that this could help attract potential non-sovereign contributors. Other constituencies expressed reservations, suggesting that the focus should remain on securing additional contributors before expanding the advisory group composition to include non-contributing members. So comments received included the following categories of non-contributing participants to be considered for potential inclusion in the advisory group. Private sector representative, including companies and industry organizations such as consortia and federations who has expertise in relevance in biodiversity. Philanthropic organizations focused on biodiversity. Subnational public bodies with close geographical, economical, or cultural ties with GBFF recipient countries and or have track record of positive biodiversity action. Experts in conflict of interest prevention and management, experts in private resource mobilization for biodiversity, including innovative financial mechanisms, and also academic scientists and experts in research institutions with specialized expertise in biodiversity finance and resource mobilization, as well as private sector engagement in biodiversity management. So I think what is important to note here, and in accordance with the terms of reference, that the advisory group can call on the GBFF Council observers as needed. And the GBFF observers, as you may know, include private sector, philanthropic and conservation organizations, indigenous people and local communities, women and youth groups. It's therefore suggested that the advisory group call on the relevant observers group instead of designating additional non-contributing members categories to ensure a streamlined representation and provision of inputs, as well as to minimize duplication. Next one, please. So the GEF COO also requested comments on the due diligence process. And in this regard, one constituency highlighted that members of the advisory group and their respective organizations should be checked for any past involvement in activities harmful to biodiversity. And this could be deforestation, hunting, or even unacceptable behavior such as child or forced labor, other forms of discrimination or sexual harassment. The same constituency also indicated that any such activities or behavior identified to be formally explained by the member or organization, including ways to prevent future transgressions. And then the council will retain the final authority to determine whether the explanation provided is sufficient or not. Next slide, please. So based on comments received and the feedback received from the council members, 2 categories of additional non-contributing members are now proposed to be considered by the council for modification of the terms of reference for the advisory group. One category is subnational or regional public institutions. This category seeks institutions with established partnership with the GBFF recipient countries and or with demonstrated experience in supporting biodiversity action in GBFF recipient countries. And upon selection for the advisory group, each institution will be requested to designate a representative. Another category would be experts in resource mobilization for biodiversity and or conservation finance. And this one is for individuals with relevant expertise, including innovative financial instruments, private sector finance, domestic, bilateral, and multilateral support. Next slide, please. So to continue with the proposed modification, in terms of the nominations, the GEF Secretariat will select nominations for the agreed categories of the non-contributing members from constituencies, and this to be submitted by the council members. And then the nominations should clarify relevant expertise and or experience as recognized by the nominating constituency. The due diligence of the additional non-contributing members will be carried out based on the information to be submitted with nominations, which may be also complemented with additional information requested by the Secretariat. For example, it could include explanations on their involvement in activities related to biodiversity management, conformity to social, environmental safeguards, and adherence to professional behavior standards. But the specific information and format to be provided will be further clarified in the nomination request to be prepared by the Secretariat. The Council will then have the authority to determine if the submitted informations were sufficient to appoint non-contributing members to the advisory group. The Secretariat will then assess nominations, including the information provided for due diligence, and it will present the recommended members for the Council approval, and then the Council will decide on that by email or mails. For each new category of non-contributing members, up to 2 persons may be selected to serve on the advisory group, taking into consideration a balance between developing and developed countries, as well as regional and gender balance. So based on that, the first advisory group meeting may be organized prior to the fourth GBFF Council meeting, which is scheduled for next June. And then the non-contributing members will serve 3 terms, starting from the first term from April 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The second term from July 1st, 2026 to June 30, 2028. And the last term from July 1st, 2028 to December 30, 2030. Next slide, please. So I will now move to the second part of the agenda of this agenda item, which is about progress made on the establishment of the auxiliary body. And as a reminder, the auxiliary body is mandated to provide technical advice and recommendations to the GBF Fund Council in a comprehensive and independent manner. And as stated in the terms of reference document, the advice and recommendations to be concerned the implementation of the programming directions of the GBFF Council, of the GBFF. And the auxiliary body may be requested to provide specific advice and recommendations as requested by the GBFF Council. Next slide, please. So on September 23, and following the approval of the terms of reference for the auxiliary body, the GEF COO requested each GEF constituency that includes developing countries to nominate up to 2 experts per constituency for the first term of the auxiliary body, which will run until June 30, 2026. So right now we have received nominations from 9 constituencies out of the 20 constituencies that are eligible to submit nominations, and with a total of 12 members have been nominated. So I would like to take this opportunity to say that other interested constituencies are invited to nominate their expert for the first term as soon as feasible. And as you may know, the auxiliary body is expected to meet virtually twice a year prior to each GBFF Council meeting to discuss and develop and advise recommendations on the Council agenda items and to respond to any specific Council request. On December 10, the auxiliary body convened its first meeting, on which the co-chairs were successfully selected. Last slide. So the last slide is present the recommended council decisions based on what have been presented, specifically in regards to the modifications in the terms of reference for the advisory group. Thank you so much. I will stop here.
Lazar. And at this point, I would also like to invite the two co-chairs of the auxiliary body, Ms. Andrea Cruz Anjoy from the constituent of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, and Venezuela, and Mr. Saino Soda from the constituency of Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Switzerland, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan to make their presentation. So the floor is yours for the call to two. Thank you very much, starting with Miss Andrea Cruz.
Hello, good morning, distinguished council members, advisors, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is a great pleasure to join all today for the third GBFF Council meeting. My name is Andrea Cruz Angon, and I am from Mexico, as said before, representing the constituency of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Venezuela, within the GBFF auxiliary body. I am pleased to report to the GBFF Council that on December 10th, 2024, the auxiliary body convened in its first meeting, and during this meeting, two co-chairs were selected for the first term, which will run until June 30th, 2026. The auxiliary body has an important role to play in supporting the GBF Fund Council by providing informed advice and recommendations that can help guide and enhance the impact of the GBFF. I am deeply honored and sincerely grateful for the trust and confidence my fellow members have placed in me by selecting me as one of the co-chairs. This role is both a privilege and a responsibility, and I am committed alongside my colleagues to working collaboratively with the GBFF Council and other stakeholders within the GEF partnership as needed to advance the mission and objectives of the GBFF. The first meeting was an opportunity for the nominated members to meet virtually and to build a shared understanding of the terms of reference. In this regard, the auxiliary body stands ready to address specific topics or carry out specific analytical tasks to be presented to the Council for its consideration upon the request of the GBFF Council. I would like now to invite my fellow co-chair, Mr. Sino Tohir Soda, to introduce himself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrea. Then I will invite your co-chair, Mr. Sino, to take up the floor. So Sino, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could you please confirm if you can hear me well?
Yes, so we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, my co-chair, Andrea. Greetings and good morning, good afternoon, esteemed council members, colleagues, and friends. As the co-chair of the auxiliary body, it is an honor for me to join you for the third GBFF council meeting. As it was said by the co-chair, my name is Sino Tohirzoda. I'm from Tajikistan, and I'm honored to represent the constituency of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, of course, led by Switzerland within our council. I want to underline that the auxiliary bodies and our constituencies' dedication to the GBFF goal is there with you, and together we represent a diverse region rich in biodiversity, traditions, and innovative approaches to conservation. From protecting mountain habitats to handling transboundary environmental problems that require collaboration and collective solutions. Our experiences represent distinct potential and difficulties. We carefully examined the agenda during our preparatory meetings to make sure it was in line with the regional and global priorities. We are prepared to share our collective knowledge and viewpoints, which are influenced by the connections between our communities and landscapes. Dear colleagues, the Council meeting marks another crucial step in advancing the GBFF goals for us, and I look forward to engaging with you, all of you, in discussions that will lead to significant, impactful outcomes. Once again, I would like to say that I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to working with you on developing efforts that strengthen our common dedication to environmental stewardship and biodiversity. I thank you here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shino. And I think having heard from Razan, Andrea, and Sino, at this point in time, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments with respect to the report that has been presented. So on that note, I will hand over the floor to Naomi to facilitate that process. Naomi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The floor is now open. I would just recall Anil's first comment on the opening of the agenda. So Anil, we heard you loud and clear. We will respond when we go back to the Secretariat to respond on this agenda item. With that said, the floor is now open to hear on any additional comments. Victoria, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and thank you, everyone. Since this is the first time that I take the floor on the GBFF Council, I would also like to congratulate the GEF Secretariat, as others, in setting up the GBFF so quickly. It is really great and positive to see the progress that was made in such short time. So thanks a lot for all your efforts. Also, the overview that you presented in the slides was very useful. So I would just like to ask you to confirm that the slides that were from the presentations will be posted online after the meeting. On this agenda item, we have quite a specific comment that we would like to make on the advisory group on non-sovereign participants. So we support the expansion of the group to the two proposed categories. We also agree with the GEF Secretariat that it is important that we do not duplicate existing bodies and keep the format of these groups effective and lean. The comment I would like to make, however, is that our constituency would strongly like to encourage and see a very close engagement of the advisory group with the civil society organizations. Belgium, in particular, would like to convey that it is not fully satisfactory to them that the advisory group may invite the CSOs if they consider it relevant. Belgium believes that in order to allow CSOs to fully have their watchdog role, they should be able to decide if they find it important to participate in the meetings based on the agenda. And the agenda of these meetings should also be shared with them beforehand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victoria. Lucrecia, on behalf of Gabriela, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure my camera seems to have trouble, so apologies for that. Since this is also the first time we take the floor in the GBFF Council meeting, we'd also like to, as the previous speaker, use the opportunity to congratulate and thank all the parties, the Secretariat, the agencies and the recipients on the achievement of the GBFF. We ask for the floor to speak on the advisory group and the auxiliary body. We are supportive of the suggestion to call on the relevant observer or groups instead of designated additional duplicative non-contributing member categories that ensures streamlined representation and provision of inputs. We are also supportive of the modification of the TOR to allow representatives of subnational and regional public institutions and experts in resource mobilization for biodiversity and/or conservation finance to be nominated by council members and participate in the advisory group of non-sovereign participants. We welcome the nomination of members, including from our constituency, to the auxiliary body and the successful first meeting and selection of co-chairs. And we very much encourage those eligible constituencies that have not nominated any candidates yet to do so. And so would welcome if a gender balance among nominees could be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucrecia. Garth, representing Canada, floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi, and thanks to the presenters for a really timely and informative update. We're encouraged by the progress being made on the advisory and the auxiliary group. I noted in my previous intervention and that the government of Quebec was the first non-sovereign entity to join the advisory group, and so that's great, and we think that that's already a good example of the potential of this group to attract different sources of capital. So we're supportive of the 2 recommended categories for addition in the advisory group. We'd also hope to see and encourage the advisory group to call on observers to the GBFF, including the private sector, women, youth, Indigenous peoples, to take advantage of the full breadth of expertise at their disposal. So continuing to see the advisory group work in an inclusive manner would be a priority for us. I was going to ask a question about the selection criteria, but I heard Rosanna in her presentation say that there was more information coming in the nomination request. So maybe I'll just put that question on hold for now, and we'll wait to see the nomination request from the Secretariat. Look forward to having more detail in there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Laura, tienes la palabra.
Gracias. First of all, apologies because I have issues with my computer, so I'm connected from my phone and for not turning my camera earlier. I wanted to just briefly thank you on the progress and the report back on these 2 bodies. I also wanted to congratulate Sino and Andrea from Turkey and Mexico for being selected as co-chairs. We are relying on your leadership for these bodies to really carry out the job ahead of us. I also wanted to encourage the countries who haven't done so yet to put forward names so that we can complete the appointments of as we have designed these bodies. Thank you so much. That'd be all.
Muchas gracias, Laura. I'll now give the floor to Annette, and then we will break to go back to the Secretariat to answer these initial questions. Annette, floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Naomi. We very much welcome the progress report on the auxiliary body and the advisory group. The introduction of these bodies was an important and innovative feature of the GBFF setup to give more voice to developing countries. Beyond their already existing 18 seats of the GEF Council, as well as finding new ways of mobilizing additional resources. We support the Secretariat's proposal to include subnational or regional public institutions and experts in resource mobilization as non-contributing participants in the advisory group. This proposal and the suggested due diligence process align very closely with our previous comments to Secretariat on this issue. We also hope to soon see contributing participants from the private sector, which might lead to new and innovative ways of mobilizing private sector co-financing, or possibly even direct contributions to the GBFF. Any investor needs stability and predictability for making financial decisions. This then, in my opinion, probably profits from us as a council to fully support the GBFF in all fora as a functioning mechanism that delivers high quality intervention at high speed. I would wish country representatives from council members in the CBD 16.2 negotiations in Rome, which are upcoming, would come to the same conclusion. We applaud Quebec as the first non-sovereign contributor to the GBFF and welcome them to the GBFF family. We are looking forward to receiving the advice as the first member of the advisory group. And like Laura, we are very happy to see the first experts to have been named to the auxiliary body and welcome the co-chairs here in the GBFF Council. The auxiliary body is a key opportunity for the recipient countries to make their voices heard and share their expertise on biodiversity. So we strongly encourage all eligible constituencies to name their experts. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. So I will now let's give some time to Razan and Chis to address these initial comments. So Razan, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi, and thank you very much for all the comments received. So maybe to start with the question from Anil on the constituencies that have not been represented in the auxiliary body. So, so just to give a sort of a reminder that on September 28th, the GEF CEO requested council members to submit nominations for the auxiliary body, and there was a deadline set by October 31st. And then as some council members requested extension, a follow-up reminder was sent to the council members on November 8th for those who had not yet submitted their nominations, and encouraging those still interested to do so. So we are now kindly request constituencies that wish to submit nominations to do so at the earliest convenience. And as I noted that the auxiliary body will meet twice a year prior to each GBFF council. So timely nominations will ensure that all eligible constituencies are represented effectively in the auxiliary body. On the comments received from Victoria on the civil society and to ensure that they will be engaged with the advisory group, this is very well noted. And there was also, I guess, another comment from Annette on the private sector also, noting that it's important to include the private sector in the on the non-sovereign participants. We also hear you very well on that. And just to confirm for Garth on the question on the whether more information on the selection criteria will be provided. So yes, to confirm that we will provide more specific information on that. Over to you, Chis, if you would like to complement.
Thank you, Razan. You have covered all the key elements greatly. I just wanted to also appreciate the positive feedback given by council members on the proposal on the expansion of the advisory group. So far, I think we've had positive responses on the proposed expansion to include 2 groups, and perhaps there are other council members that might want to come in and to provide additional comments. But so far we very much appreciate your support on the proposal, and also to ensure that we utilize the existing observers and their expertise to the extent possible, so that we will have a lean as well as effective and efficient structure for governance, as well as the groups to really help inform the and provide inputs and suggestions to the council. So thank you. Back to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Ghassan and Chis. We'll continue with the list of speakers, starting with Stéphane. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie. Donc merci au secrétariat pour la présentation et pour les documents d'information fournis. Nous nous félicitons de l'établissement de l'Auxiliary Body et comme ça a été rappelé à plusieurs reprises, nous invitons les pays qui ne l'ont pas fait à proposer des candidats pour le rejoindre. S'agissant de l'Advisory Group, nous sommes tout à fait favorables à l'extension des termes de référence suivant les deux pistes proposées, institutions publiques, infranationales ou régionales et experts en mobilisation des ressources. Le point qui nous paraît important, c'est que dans les deux cas, on se focalise sur des praticiens qui ont vraiment une expertise de terrain à apporter et qui puissent être en mesure de fournir des conseils et des recommandations au fonds, au GBFF, pour améliorer sa capacité à mobiliser des financements additionnels. Voilà, oui, et je terminerai simplement par une question. Sachant que l'Advisory Group doit se réunir pour la première fois en marge du prochain conseil, pouvez-vous nous confirmer que la sélection des membres sera soumise au board member par procédure écrite? Je suppose que c'est le seul moyen possible, mais je voulais en avoir confirmation. Merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. Yoko, floor is...
Thank you, Noemi. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of the Quebec, as it is the first subnational government contribution, which is indispensable for covering the resource gap of the GBFF. We also welcome the establishment of the advisory group by the joining of the Quebec. We do not object to the proposed modification for the TOR of the advisory body, but would like to be a bit cautious to add members other than those who are making contributions, as it is quite difficult to make priorities for selecting the members from non-contributing categories, and we should not make the group too big to manage. And as explained by the Secretariat, we also welcome more details on the selection criteria for this. And for the proposed advisory group can call on the GBFF Council observers as needed. We support this proposal. And for the suggestion for the advisory group and their respective organizations should be checked for any past involvement in harmful activities to biodiversity. We support this, but such evaluation is not very easy, and we can do this as long as it's available on the open source. It's for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoko. I'll now give the floor to Heitor, representing the youth. Heitor, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Represent the youth service and speak on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network and also the CBD Women Focus. We covered the GEF Secretariat and Advancement Advisory and Auxiliary Body. But unfortunately, the recent developments regarding the advisory group highlight concerns among observers about the lack of full and effective participation in the GBFF decision-making process. Despite previous interventions expressing our interest in following the group's development, the GEFCO's request for inputs on the composition of the advisory group did not reach the observers. We kindly urge that future consultations acknowledge and incorporate observers' contributions. For now, we recommend also including experts in indigenous and local knowledge and other related gender-responsive and intergenerational equity finance approaches under additional non-contributors members of the advisory group. This inclusion recognized knowledge, practice, innovations, and governance structure rooted in funding the relationship of indigenous peoples and local communities with nature, Mother Earth, and other related concepts, as well as funding collective actions and non-market-based approach for diverse groups and grassroots initiatives. Indigenous and local knowledge, as well as justice and equity, have been extensively recognized in past, ongoing, and they scope of future assessments of the International Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which sufficient evidence to support its inclusion on the advisory group. We kindly expect the recommendation to also be considering during this council meeting and for the mentioned experts to be incorporated into this decision of the council for the updated terms of reference for the advisory group. We also support ongoing discussions to strengthen due diligence in process and prevent conflicts of interest within the advisory group, particularly regarding the involvement of experts from business and private sector. And furthermore, for both advisory group and auxiliary body, we call attention to the fact that observers should not merely be called as needed, and instead, we kindly request that meetings should be open to observers, ensuring the ability to follow and observe GBFF proceedings. This recommendation is aligned with the terms of reference previously agreed upon. We appreciate those countries who have already mentioned the need for more inclusive approaches in the groups. We kindly count on the Council to support these improvements, and also, as this is our last intervention, we would like to take the opportunity to once more thank you all for the space and for the GEF Secretariat for the ongoing conversations, particularly Chizuru, Jorgos, and Razan, who have closed the work with us. Thank you, and back to you, Livani.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to Ransom, representing indigenous peoples and local communities. Ransom, floor is yours.
Hello.
Ransom, we hear you now. Yes.
Thank you. And sorry, I was partially participating to this meeting due to a place where I am, but I really appreciate the participation to this meeting. It has been a great opportunity for us to bring our voices forward. I think it's also a good space to continue the spirit which we have been putting together in the KMGBF, and also following the baby from the KMGBF and now the GBFF, which is something that we know it's something that's going to help us to really halt the biodiversity loss globally. And it's something that we want to build more and make sure that it serves everyone, inclusive of all regions. It's something that we are really so much waiting, and this opportunity presents itself that we are talking to one another. We are talking to the GEF Council, the Secretariat, and also all the observers here, that we continue to bring these efforts together. Thank you also for listening to us and also giving us this opportunity. We look forward to continue working together in this space and for great results at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramsam. I'll now give the floor to Anil. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, and thanks for the inputs on the TOR. I just have only one suggestion. Let's not be too close to non-selection of non-contributors, because a lot of the non-contributors are the nations which is the constituency which is really affected by the diversity issues. So, I mean, at least in my constituency, I can definitely say for Bhutan. So I would really, I'm encouraging them to send in representations, their nomination, because their issues should be, only they can express their issues. Having a regional person is good, but they may not be able to capture the exact issues when it comes to the reality while they're giving a technical advice. There's an old saying, you know the poison of a viper only when you are in its clutches. So I would say we should not close the doors and give priority where there is constituencies with biodiversity issues also, with grave biodiversity. I put it up that way: grave biodiversity issues to be well, despite being a non-contributing member, should be accorded as a non-contributing member and be part of the auxiliary body. That will be my take on this, and advice to my fellow members for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. And I give the floor to Wei, alternate council member to China. Wei, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Naomi, and thank you, Luizen, for your very insightful presentation. First of all, I want to join other colleagues on congratulating our secretariat on the progress made so far under Carol's strong leadership on establishing the advisory groups and the auxiliary body. I have very brief comments. First, we are generally fine with the proposed modification on TOR of advisory groups. And we look forward to a lean group with high efficiency and valuable expertise. And we are open to include the non-contributing members. Regarding the due diligence procedures, we saw that the GEF could follow WBG, World Bank Group's policies and procedures to ensure that the recommended members adhere to professional behavior standards instead of specifying individual unacceptable behavior. At the same time, we expect the GEF could stay political neutral through the whole process. On the body, we are satisfied with the regional representation and the balance of the body, and we expect that the auxiliary body could kick off their work soon and provide technical support to council's decision-making on project approval, implementation, and evaluation. I will stop here. Thank you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Wei. This concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see in the chat. So back to you, Razan and Chis.
Thank you, Naomi. I will start and then hand over to Chis. So thank you again for all the comments received. On the question from Stephanie on the timeline of the selection of members for the non-sovereign, non-contributing members. So just to confirm that, yes, this should be done before the fourth GBFF Council, which will take place next June in 2025. Thank you, Heather, also for all the comments. And maybe just to highlight one thing that, in essence, all the GBFF governance structures are meant to provide complementary roles and responsibilities. So we hear you, and we agree that the auxiliary body, the advisory group, and the observers of the GBFF should all should ensure that to maintain regular communications and engagement, and to ensure that all the roles are clear from each structure. So thank you very much for all the comments on that. And I will hand over to Chis.
Thank you so much, Razan. So just to complement what Razan has articulated, thanks Yoko-san from Japan for not objecting to the two categories, and also a comment from China on the lean composition. And in fact, this is what we are aiming for with the proposal to add just two groups. And I think, as we highlighted in the document in front of you, there seem to be a fairly divergent views on the kinds of categories. So what we're proposing is really to utilize the existing structure as well as the observers to the extent possible, and to then introduce just two categories that should not go far beyond the original intention, if you will, of what this advisory group would do. So we believe what we're proposing to add, the two categories can positively contribute to the goal of the aim of the advisory group that was agreed upon at the June 2024 GBFF Council. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Ramson, for voicing your view as well as your appreciation for having an opportunity to engage. And this also goes to all the very active observers for your engagement and as well as your willingness to contribute, and that we really want to make sure that we have meaningful engagement as well as meaning inputs.
Well, Ed, if you wanted to turn off the Zoom.
I'm gonna have to get
You
out.
can, you could just close the audio if you.
Okay. All right. So Hadra's point about certain elements as well as perspectives that might merit being brought into the discussion of the advisory group. Just wanted to reiterate that the advisory group will look into the various agenda items to be deliberated at each council. And also the advisory group may be requested to address specific topics or carry out tasks related to enhancing non-sovereign contributions and the engagement of additional non-sovereign contributors to the GBF fund. And this request can be made by council. So as we look to constitute this group and really operationalize it moving forward, I do think there are opportunities for the council to signal the kinds of inputs as well as specific topics that it would like to get the advisory group to address. And some of the elements you highlighted, if these are the elements the council would like to see reflected, there are certainly opportunities for the advisory group to do so. I think everything else has been covered, so back to you, Naomi.
Thank you, Chis and Asan, for guiding us through this agenda item. Oh, Chis, yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention, respond to a question and comment from Yoko-san about maybe it's not so easy to do the due diligence on the past involvement of harmful for biodiversity, and also China's comment about following the World Bank Group standards. One option we are actively looking at is the CBD process on the conflict of interest and interest disclosure. We know that that already exists within the CBD arena, and this is also one of the helpful comments we received from a council when we solicited comments. So we're looking into that as an option because that already exists and has been utilized, and the intention isn't is to do the needful without creating too much of a challenging hurdle or to move forward in this exercise. So that's another point that I forgot to mention. Thank you, Naomi. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chis. I don't see anyone else. CEO, Chair, Mr. Chair, you have your hand.
Thank you so much, Noemi. Before there may be a council decision on this agenda item, I want to thank Chis and Jurgis, but most importantly, I want to introduce for the first time Razan Nimir, our colleague. Razan is a second-generation conservationist from Sudan. She did a fantastic work. She's the first recruitment that we have done for GBFF. And then we have a second recruitment on Ben Singer, national to the UK and France. These are our two new staff from GBFF. So I want to introduce both of them, and there will be a third person coming by late February, early March, which will complete the GBFF secretariat team. So thanks, Achis and Jorge, for that, and I want to welcome Razan and Ben to GBFF council meetings. Thanks. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll now hand it over to the co-chair to finalize this agenda meeting. Co-chair.
Thank you very much, Naomi, and also the council members for those valuable contributions and comments, as well as the Razan and the team. Cheers for all those contributions. I think that has really put a lot of clarification on what the whole process is all about. So in that, to conclude that, I would also like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GBFF/0304. I think there's no identity. The decision is adopted. Thank you so much for all your support. And then we clap each other for the hard work that has been done over the past few years. So thank you so much for all the work. So the next agenda we're looking at is any other business or other businesses, for example. Then we have agenda 05, which is other businesses. So in that, I would like to invite or give the floor to Ms. Gita Batra from IEO to address the council on the following item mentioned in the adoption of the agenda. A review of the IEO's ongoing evaluation activity. So Ms. Gita, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, co-chair and chair. I just wanted to highlight that we are undertaking a formative evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund because with the early approval of projects, there's not much evidence on what has worked. However, we're going to focus on strategy and processes, and we have internally assigned resources from within the office. We have not proceeded to hire anybody new at this stage. Next slide, please. So we are going to evaluate against the objectives of the fund. Next slide, Ted, please. We're going to evaluate against the objectives of the fund, which is strengthening the BD agenda, biodiversity agenda at the national level, as well as in attracting additional resources. Next slide, please. So mainly we're going to focus on design and strategy elements, addressing coherence, complementarity, as well as looking at the targets that are set by the new protocol. Next slide, please. We're also going to be looking at processes in terms of adequacy, timely flow of funds, support to LDCs and SIDS. Next slide, please. And lastly, we're going to, on the current portfolio of projects that have been approved, we're going to mainly focus on quality at entry. So in this context, if you have any comments to tell us that would feed into OPS 8, the GBFF will not be feeding into the 8th comprehensive evaluation of the GEF because that will focus mainly on the GEF and the LDCF, SECF, but not on GBFF. However, we will talk about it in the context of GEF's competitive advantage. I urge you and I encourage you to, if you'd like to send us any information, to please contact us at jeffeodirector@thegef.org. We have welcomed comments there. We are getting a lot of input into the 8th comprehensive evaluation through that channel. So I would encourage you, if you have any views to share, please do so. Thank you very much. And we will be presenting this evaluation at the June 2025 GBFF Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gita, for that brief presentation, but detail. And on that, I would also like to really open the floor for any comment on this from the members. Any questions or comments on this presentation? So, Naomi, the floor is yours to coordinate that.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I don't see anyone requesting the floor. So I believe we can continue.
We can continue, okay. I think on that note, I think I've concluded my part, and I will hand over the chair to the CEO and chair of the GEF Council. So CEO, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for all your support. Yeah.
Thank you so much, dear co-chair. And with this, we finish and close the third GPFF council meeting. Now, as part of the very end process of this week council meetings, we will enter into the summary of the chairs. First, I would like to reopen the 68 GEF Council and resume it so we can approve or go and approve with the summary of the chair, which has been shared by email. And I just want to ask Noemi if we are ready to go through the summary of the chair of the 68 GEF Council meeting. If we are ready for that and we don't need to give any break to the council members to catch up and read, I'll ask you, Noemi, if you can take it over and help us going through the document so we can have the approval as we have done it in previous council meetings. Over to you, Noemi.
Certainly, Chair. We will now start preparing the joint summary of the co-chairs for the GPFF that will be shared shortly by email, as we just did with the LCCF some hours ago. In the meantime, following the chair's guidance, so let's start with the joint summary of the co-chairs of the GEF Trust Fund that I circulated via email yesterday, hopefully in everyone's inboxes. So as we usually do, let's go section by section. I won't go into the detail of the decision in interest of time, but I will pause after every decision in case council wishes to comment. So I will start by the introductory paragraphs. We have 5: opening of the meeting, adoption of the agenda, report of the director of the IEO, relations with the conventions and other international institutions, and the report of the chairperson of the STAP. So I will pause here in case I see any comments in the chat. I see no one requesting the floor. So I will jump right into the decisions. So decision 43, paragraph 6, the GEF Monitoring Report 2024. Decision 44. Work program for the GEF Trust Fund that goes from paragraph 7 until paragraph 42. Right? So decision 45, paragraph 43, streamlining the GEF project cycle. Report from the working group on the streamlining process. Decision 46, paragraph 44. Evaluation of GEF interventions in the chemicals and waste focal area, GEF 5 to GEF 8, and management response. Decision 47, paragraph 45. Evaluation of GEF programs in Pacific Small Islands, developing states, and management response. Decision 48, paragraph 46. Evaluation of components of the GEF's results-based management system and management response. Decision 49, paragraph 47. relations with conventions and other international institutions. Decision 50, paragraph 48, strength of the partnership coverage by agencies. Decision 51, paragraph 40, decision 51, paragraph 49, selection report of the selection and review committee. Decision 52, paragraph 50, ninth replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. Decision 53, other business, paragraph 51. And decision 52, also other business, which is the last decision. I don't see any comment in the chat, Mr. Chair, so approved.
Thank you so much, Noemi. Thanks for all council members for this fast approval of the summary of the GEF Council co-chairs, the 68th GEF Trust Fund Council meeting. With this, we close 68th GEF Trust Fund Council. Thank you so much, Noemi. Thanks once more to all council members. I will proceed with the opening of the 37 LDCF, SACF Council. So we can do the same thing, which is going through the summary of the co-chair that was distributed by email. Noemi, can you help us with this one as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we have the three first paragraphs on the opening of the meeting, adoption of the agenda. Then we jump right into the first decision approved, which is decision 9, work program for the least developed countries fund and the special climate change fund that goes from paragraph 4 until paragraph 8. Decision number 10, paragraph 9, progress report on the least developed countries fund and the special climate change fund. Decision number 11, paragraph 10, planning note for the development of the GEF programming strategy on adaptation to climate change for the least developed countries fund and the special climate change fund. Then we jump into other business paragraphs 11 to 15, joint summary of the co-chairs, and paragraph 17, closure of the meeting. I don't see any comment in the chat, Chair.
Again, thank you so much, Noemi, and to the council members for the efficient approval of the summary of the chairs with regards to the 37 LDCF, SACF council meetings. With this, we only have pending the decision on the summary of the chairs with GBFF. Still, we haven't finished that document. Is that correct? I don't see it in the Outlook. So correct me, Noemi, if we haven't sent it yet.
We haven't sent it yet. We're working on it, and we will share it shortly.
Okay, so what we can do, Noemi and the council members, is that I prepare some final remarks for the closing of the week. I'll go through it. That will give us an extra time for us to finish the summary of the chair of the GBFF council meeting. And then most probably we'll give a pause. We'll propose a pause of 10-15 minutes if needed. So all council members can read and analyze the summary of the chairs of the GBFF. Okay. Good, thanks. Thanks so much. I definitely believe that this was, it has been the norm throughout the 3 council meetings that we had in 2024, a very productive week. I can't stop of thinking how impressive and amazing, I am by the collaborative nature of the council meetings of our GEF family of funds. For me, there is no doubt that each and every one of you is aware of our collective responsibility towards our planet in crisis. And everything that we have achieved this week bring us closer to turning the seemingly relentless tide of global environmental degradation. There will always be disagreements and different points of view, but these are always done in a constructive and positive manners, and we always reach a consensus. I want to congratulate every single council member, alternate representatives from the agencies, stakeholders, observers, for the great support, but most importantly, as I just mentioned, for the constructive and positive attitude and manner that always make us agree on every single aspect that the GEF Council goes through. And this week was not an exemption to that. Also, I want to be very, very clear that we recognize all voices in these discussions. We are particularly aware of the voices of our recipient countries in terms of ease of access to finance, in terms of more capacity development, and just, of course, in terms of additional resources that can catalyze domestic and national processes where we can scale up what the GEF is doing, but very importantly, can give us the sustainability of our investment. And yes, of course, different stakeholders from civil society are extremely relevant and important in the GEF family of trust funds. I have been extremely happy to hear some of these voices this week, and I hope that this is the start of a deeper engagement among all of us. Allow me to reflect on some of the notable achievements of this week. Across our family funds, we have approved nearly $700 million towards the environment. And this is expected to generate billions of dollars in co-financing. We continue to have a swift and efficient programming for all the three funds. On the topic of a speed of implementation, one of our most significant advancements this week has been on the streamlining agenda. Together with our ongoing GEF reforms, we will continue improving our process so that all the funding entrusted to us supports relevant actions quickly, efficiently, and fairly. And yes, this week, we launched the GEF 9 replenishment process. Let us remind ourselves that GEF 9 programming will end in 2030. And so the GEF 9 replenishment will be critical to achieving the 2030 environmental and sustainable goals and targets. This week, we have welcomed additional new pledges to the LDCF and SECF, and I thank donors for that extra effort at the very end of the year. And let us remind ourselves that we're still at a fraction of what is needed for the adaptation needs of the world's most climate vulnerable populations. This week, we have celebrated the continued capitalization and programming of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Let us remember as well that 6 years remain to meet the 2030 targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. This has been a marathon year for the COPs and international negotiations. The conventions are the foundations upon which the GEF business is built. Council members, operational focal point, political focal point, agencies, and the entire GEF partnership must stay close to the political and ideological realities and the decision-making processes of the multilateral negotiations. I know that many of you are directly involved in the COP negotiations, and I would like to thank you and your teams for your efforts on the GEF behalf. Looking forward, I'll be depending on your continual help to sensitize your internal teams and conventions negotiators to the GEF effective support of the conventions. What we need to do better will be done, and I give you my assurance that we will do better. And when I say we, I mean us together. As I have been saying throughout the entire week, the GEF is all of us. We're a family of fun, but also we are a family of partners. We are a big family, a family of whom I'm deeply proud to be a member. And as in any family, we got our ups, and yes, we can sometimes have our downs too. And as in any family, we have our roles and responsibilities. If we do not each do our part, we'll not realize both our individual and collective potential. And one of these roles is to communicate. So let us communicate openly and honestly together as a family. I have come to consider the GEF as a multiplier. $1 of funding to any member of the GEF family of funds is multiplied exponentially in terms of impact. We leverage financing from multiple sources. We ensure multiple benefits as we integrate across multiple thematic areas and sectors. And we engage with multiple stakeholders, including civil society, youth, women, and indigenous people and local communities. These are tangible investment towards a whole of a society approach. These are tangible amounts towards narrowing the nature funding gap. Together, we strive to maximize impact on so many of these fronts. If there was more funding to our GEF family of funds, you can imagine what we could achieve for the global environment. Please engage with us and let us know what we need to do so that we can collectively increase our ambition and better serve you all. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of every single member of the dedicated staff of the GEF Secretariat, most of whom you did not see in your screen this week. Without them, we will not be able to do what we do. Please join me in expressing my deepest appreciation to every single one of them. I would like in particularly acknowledge the work that Ted, Michael, and Christina, who has been running everything behind the scene every day. Please turn your cameras, Ted, Michaela, and Christina, so everybody can look at you. There you are, Christina, Ted, and Michaela. Thank you so much for the great work that you've been doing. Thank you. And I would like to, on that note, I would like to close this week of council meetings. I'm hopeful, excited, and optimistic about what is ahead of us, and I hope that you share my enthusiasm. I wish happy holidays to you and your families. I look forward to you engaging closely with all of us in 2025 as we continue to work closely and comprehensively together for the global environment. Thank you so much, to everyone. Noemi, I think that we need to pause. Thank you so much to everyone. I need to pause I think we need to pause for some minutes so we can be able to share the summary of the chair or GBFF to council members and give them some time. I will follow your advice on this, Noemi. Over to you.
Correct. Chair, the email has been sent some minutes ago. So we may allow the council for, I would say, 5-10 minutes for them to review this document and reconvene back at 11:30. So we can go through the joint summary of the co-chair. So we will give 10 minutes. We will put in the screen a timer just to make sure that we don't miss anyone. So 10 minutes starting from this moment.
Thank you, Noemi. We will do that.
You got his name. All right.
I believe that the 10 minutes have passed. So we can start where we have quorum to go very briefly through the joint summary of the co-chairs. For the third GBFF Council meeting. And thank you everyone for bearing with us as we just sent this document. And for agreeing for this 10-minute framework for Council to look this document through. As previously done, I will go through the different paragraphs. So we'll start with the 4 introductory paragraphs, which is the opening of the meeting, the adoption of the agenda, and the decisions approved. All right, jumping into the decision. So decision number 6, paragraph 5, work program for Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Okay, decision number 7, progress report on the advisory groups and auxiliary body for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. This is paragraph 6 and 7. No comments. So this will, we have arrived to the closure of the meeting for the document. I don't see any comment in the chat, Mr. Chair. So I believe that this joint summary of the co-chairs has been endorsed.
Thank you so much. Thanks, GBFF Council members for endorsing the summary of the chair. With this, we conclude this week multiple meetings and multiple council meetings. I would not like to end this week without thanking very especially to my co-chair, Dauda, for all the work that he has been doing for throughout the year. Thank you so much. 3 council meetings, 1 year is not an easy task. I would like also to ask every single participant here to turn on his camera and his microphone so I can look at every single one. Thank you all for your endurance, your commitment, and most importantly, for your support throughout this week. I feel very proud to be the chair of this council. I feel very proud of the work that the secretary has done, but also very importantly, the work of the agencies, also members, operational focal points, and the country. This year hasn't been easy at all. More and more, the impacts of the planetary ecological crisis will continue to hit on us and on those who are much more vulnerable to those effects. We got a moral imperative to make this the family of GEF funds an efficient, fit for purpose organization. And I want to finally wish you the best in the holidays, in your Christmas and end of year. And be assured that we at the GEF Secretariat will be totally energized to what comes in 2025, which will not be easier than what we went through in 2024. So with this, I formally close the meetings, and I want to thank every single person that has participated throughout the week. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, everybody. See you all next
Christmas
year.
and New Year, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank
Manuel,
you.
Manuel, thanks for the leadership.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Bye. Gracias. Hasta luego.
Wonderful. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Chao,
Merci beaucoup.
jefe. Hasta luego.
Thank you, everybody. Have a happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
Bye,
everyone. Thanks.
Adios.
Thank you, everyone.
Noemi, thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for joining us throughout these 3 council meetings.
Yeah, sure.
Very nice working with you hand in hand.
Yeah, thank you very much, and all the best, and hope to get in touch anytime soon.
We will, Mr. Co-Chair, we're still part of the same council, so
Yeah, sure.
we'll certainly keep our close collaboration.
Yeah, sure. God willing. Yeah. Thank you so much and all the best. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you for everything. Bye bye.
Gracias a ustedes, qué gusto contar con su participación.
We should stop the recording, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Christina.
Yeah.
All right.
Bravo, Noemi, bravo.
Bravo to you, Christina, to Mikael, to Ted, to everyone.